the Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
The East is where we're from.
Shalom, shalom.
The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC,
Blessings, brothers and sisters.
the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell.
Hit the like button.
Greatest
Hit the
gift
like
we
button.
went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still.
To a
To a
land.
land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel.
That's who we.
Manasseh, the Cubans,
Come on.
Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, our highest gathering Israel.
That's right, brothers and sisters. The Most High's gather in Israel. I'm Elder Rawchaa of the Gathering of Christ Church with Elder Lawya on standby with another in-depth Wednesday broadcast, podcast, whatever you would like to call it. Thank you, my brothers and sisters, for your presence and all of your continual support for the Gathering of Christ Church. It's not going unnoticed. Blessings. I see a lot of familiar faces in here. I have Zoom on standby also. We have Zoom. But without any further ado, let's jump right in. People saying there's no sound. There must be sound, okay? I'm looking at the meter go up and down real quick, and everything is working normal on this side. So, right? So if you can hear me before unpacking, okay, you can hear me, okay. For those who cannot hear, refresh your computers. We are about to go in. That's right. God's people, the children of Israel. Thank you, Malak. We're tired of being used. I'm going to repeat it again. We're tired of being used only for others, playing on our kindness as a weakness, only for others to benefit. Let me start right out, and I'm glad our people are paying more astute attention politically. We've been used for everyone else, but it's our people left out in the cold. I don't care if it's for the embetterment of gays, whether it been for the promotion behind Jews, whether it be gays, white women, white men, white gay men. It seems like we're continually becoming their, or have been their lackeys, to use us to affront anything politically that would financially benefit them, socially benefit them, while the children of Israel suffers. We're going to talk about it tonight. And I'm going to go throughout history here with the Bible. We're going to deal with American history as well as the Bible to show you, you know what? Not only are we fed up, the God of the Hebrews is fed up with you using us. No longer will we go for your gaslighting. No longer will we go for your shaming. No longer will we go for anything outside of you talking tangible. We're tired of it. And that's what I'm going to talk about this evening. It seems like we as a people have been going hard in the paint for everyone else, especially those who have been enslaved in this country, and have reaped less or nothing at all compared to everyone else we've been stomping for. And I'm going to tell you, brothers and sisters, according to God, according to the Bible, it would come a time, and I think that time is now, where our people would eventually stand up and say, what? Enough is enough. Hit that like button. We going in. I have Zoom on cue. Blog Talk been acting a little fickle for the last couple of months. Every time election cycle comes up, every 4 years, Blog Talk go haywire, goes bonkers. So this is what I'm going to do. I would encourage you, brothers and sisters, to make sure you join Patreon. Patreon/AGathering144. Go there whenever you get an opportunity outside of this broadcast. Become a subscriber to our Patreon channel. Listen, there's a monetary $5 a month fee, or you can be a free subscriber with limited content. Either way, if something goes down in this earth, we'll be able to contact you real time, because we can't trust notifications getting to you from this platform or other platforms. We're also working on a Rumble channel so that we can begin to broadcast live from Rumble, tap-ins through Twitter and others, so that we can communicate from different platforms in case something goes haywire here. It's going to come a time in which the enemy, now that they understand we can see exactly what they're doing and have been doing, censorship will be at its height, and we'll have to communicate with you through other means, okay, through other media if possible. And let me put this out there: gatheringasone@AOL.com is our email. If you send your personal information to put, and guess what? We'll protect your information. It will not be shared with anyone. We're not like the corporations who use your information and sell data for hot leads, where you'll be spammed all day. We don't do that, okay? You send us your information. We put it in a data sheet. You can say, elders, in case of an emergency, I would like a phone call, or at least something, to let us know exactly what's going on if the internet goes down. Send us that information through email. We'll put it in our database and respond back to you and let you know that you're on the emergency list in case something happens. Gathering as one, the number one, at AOL.com. Now, y'all got that? And we're going to set up Rumble. We're going to have different means of communicating with y'all brothers and sisters. We're going to have Twitter tap-ins as the end comes, the more the better, folks. We're going to be hitting those streets. A lot of things running up to this so-called election. And I'm going to need your support throughout the whole thing. And if possible, on some of these platforms, we'll be able to stream our teachings on the street live. So look out for that also. We're going to need all hands on deck for that too. All hands on deck. Another thing I wanted to put out there before we go into this topic. One other thing I wanted to go into. One second. One other thing. One second. Hold on. I'm trying to send you all something through the comment section. I'm having issues here. One moment. One second. All right. Okay. One other thing I want to put out there real quick. Right after our Patreon every Friday, I'm going to do Friday early. I would suggest you all go into Coming Out of Babylon live broadcast with Elder Rawchaa every Friday. Key up-to-date understanding and prophecy real time. Friday, right after my Patreon, I would like you all to go directly to this particular channel in the comment section. I just typed it into the comment section. We have a GOCC South YouTube page. Every Friday, you can go there for updates, but there's things that Elder Rawchaa goes into that usually this particular platform, doesn't allow when it comes to real time calling things out. So every Friday on Rumble, GOCC South, go there right after Patreon. And I'm going to remind our loyal Patreonies Friday. I'm about to go off, but we have Elder Rawchaa. Go right in. If you have time, transition right into the Rumble. And let's get ready to rumble. All right. So, as you see, we're doing everything we can to make sure in the event something happens with this particular channel or others, you'll still be in the loop with what's going on according to the Almighty with real-time prophecy. Now, speaking of real-time prophecy, okay? We encourage you, brothers and sisters, to be a part of our next Hebrew and Bible Academy. Starting November 10th, the theme will be the fall of the last empire. Okay? We're segueing out of this academy into the new academy. Now, this coming Sunday, Elder Lawya, we will end the Hebrew and Bible Academy with an updated, because I got some new information, updated information for the secrets of the time. We're going to use the old PDF, but I have some updated information that links directly into the times we're going into now. Next week, we end the academy. We'll wrap it all up with the secrets of the times and then get ready for what? November 10th, the fall of the last empire. From Rome to America and thereafter. That will be, you don't want to miss this academy, folks. Even if you were in prior academies, this is the one to be a part of. We're going to have special guests, health guests, We're going to have others on the outside of the church when it comes to prepping and all that. Interactive sit down and all of that in this particular academy. You don't want to miss it. Go to historytimes.org, the fall of the last empire. Go to historytimes.org, get your enrollments to receive your welcome packet so that we don't have to try to scramble to get you in the last moment. I suggest you get in now because guess what? This will be the academies of all academies. November 10th, 2024, it begins. Real-time news, Bible breakdowns like you've never been a part of, as well as Elder Lawya with the Hebrew 101. Learning your ancient Phoenician Hebrew, where the Most High says at the very end that he would give us back that pure language. Well, what the Europeans are speaking in Israel today isn't ancient Hebrew. Well, you learned that in our academy and more. Election outcomes, war in the Middle East. What will happen when they finally strike? I'm speaking of the truck strikes, and they will. They only held it off because this particular administration didn't need another black eye after they're already sinking in the polls against Trump. So they temporarily fixed the strikes until the beginning of next year. But there will be a strike of truckers coming soon. We'll be there breaking it all down and let you all know what this means. We're going into some dark times, but with this Bible, we'll be able to guide brothers and sisters through all of the crises which are coming. Be there, the fall of the last empire, that and more. Go to historytimes.org. We're going to do one more lesson, the path to the mark, updated. The final path to the mark, the return of the gods. We're going to show you that the gods of the Gentiles lives on earth. They're here. Fallen angels live and direct all the governments of the earth. And guess what? All of the powers who bow to these gods must build monuments to them in all of their major cities because they received the technology and knowledge from the gods to build. In the academy, I'm going to show you this. The fall of America, the fall of the last empire. Be there. All right, Elder Lawya, how are you, sir?
Shalom, sir. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I am blessed by the best. And is your mic close to you? It sounds like it's a little far from you. Just bring it.
All right. Let me come up to it. Is this better?
That's 100% better. How are you?
All right. I'm doing well, sir. How about yourself?
I am blessed by the Almighty. Elder Lawya, without any further ado, I'm going to go right into this, right?
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
Let's go in. How long will our people allow ourselves to be used by others? Now, listen, that's a rhetorical question, and I would like so many of our people out there to chime in through Blog Talk, Zoom, or whatever the case might be. Every 4 years, they come pressuring us and attempting to scare us into voting for these Democrats. And then after we go hard for them, our people in particular, 80-90% of the voting bloc, they in turn their behinds to us and take care of every other people. And they've been doing this for decades. So I thought I would quantify this and highlight this. And I'm going to put this question out there also. Should we care what they have to say at this point? Should we be concerned what they think? And I'm speaking of the Democratic politicians. Should we care what they what they think? Okay, at the end of this, if we refuse to no longer support them, why should we care how they feel? Now, should we care how they feel? Well, you'll be able to answer that question after this particular broadcast at the end of it. Right? Out of nowhere, here it is, Barry Soetoro, Barack Hussein, and that's his name, folks. Okay, or his handle. That's his name or either his handle. Barack Hussein Obama. Let me bring you in real quick, Elder Lawyer. Out of nowhere, Barack Obama comes out seeking to scold black men for not supporting Kamala. Well, here's the question. Why should we? Another question. Why should we support Kamala? Well, I'm going to put out there some of the talking points they're claiming for reasons we should support her. But let's see what Barry has to say first.
If you don't mind.
Right? Hold on. And a matter of fact, fair use for educational and religious reasons and purposes only. Fair use. And put my fair use out there for you. We're not making any money off of this. Fair use is not for promoting anything. Our freedom of speech, fair use, freedom of speech and religion. All right, right there. Fair use. Listen to this, Elder.
Because my understanding, based on reports I'm getting from campaigns and communities, is that we have not yet seen the same kinds of energy and turnout in all quarters of our neighborhoods and communities as we
They're not getting the same support they've been accustomed to receiving. Right? That's what he's saying. Now, I need y'all to check out the representation of black men he has in the background. Now, let me blow this up real quick. Right? Let me blow it up so y'all can understand what we're dealing with here. See? So there's a specific type of black man, and I'm going to go there soon, that kind of benefits from the Democrat Party. Right? Check him out. So there is some benefit for some of our people. It depends on, which side of the fence they swing on. Right? But let's go.
So when I was running. Now, I also want to say that seems to be more pronounced with the brothers.
I'm going to get you, Jive Turkey. You hear him, Elder Lawyer? That's how you know.
Yeah.
He was never in tune with our people. And it seems more pronounced with the brothers. We haven't used brothers since Good Times was airing. And I'm not talking about reruns. And it seems more pronounced with the brothers.
So if you don't mind, just for a second, I'm going to speak to y'all directly.
We don't want to hear it. If you don't mind, I'm going to speak to the brothers. Now, Elder Lawyer, I'm going to bring him in. I'm going to bring him back in 1 second. And I'm going to show you real quick why. Real quick, let me pull it over here. I'm going to show you real quick why he was never in tune culturally with us and never understood us. Right? Let me show you who raised Barack Obama, folks. In Hawaii. There you go there. Now, we are supposed to believe his book, and after seeing how Candace is just ripping Kamala's book apart and exposing that lie, Candace Owens, that brings into question whether or not the book on Barry Soetoro wasn't just a propaganda piece to actually bring him as a part of the black culture when he never had anything to do with us. Folks, this who raised him right here. Look, that's him there. He wasn't raised amongst us. It's more pronounced with the brothers. There's no way you can relate to us being from someplace else, your father a Kenyan, raised by a mother with questionable background, only to be put before our people as the answer. I'll tell you what, it took the children of Israel some time, Elder Lawya, to figure this out. But you know what?
Right.
Better late than never.
Mm-hmm.
He was the lesson our people finally needed to understand there is no hope in a system that have always oppressed us. And if he couldn't do anything for us, now we understand that what? That it really wasn't about us at all. It was about garnering our power, our spirit, our strength to embolden others against us, using a black face. And you know what, Elder Lawya, what feels good? I believe our people are finally getting it. And that's why the response is where it's at with Kamala. And I'm going to get there in a moment. But here's the big thing about this, the greatest thing about this, brothers and sisters. God said that this would happen. That he would begin. I'm going to go to the scriptures later. He promised our people at the very end that he would begin to break the bonds off of us. To see everything for what it is. They need our strength. They need our spirit to move anything politically in this world, because we were always the former of all things. We were always the cultural trendsetters, the political trendsetters. So they can't move anything unless we co-sign it. And it's time that our people, Elder Lawya, realize their true power.
Right.
If the feminists couldn't get any power unless they aligned themselves with black women, if gays couldn't get any power unless they aligned themselves with the civil rights movement, I need y'all. I'm gonna go through history for you. Even the Jews had to march with us because what? They needed the political support of the Christian church. So they used our grassroots oppression that ended in righteous protest, and said, you know what? We need to steal that. We need to steal that inherent spirit that came through protest that no one could deny. And at this time, Elder Lawya, everyone understood in the earth in the 60s who were the good guys and who were the bad guys. America received the greatest black eye internationally that the world have ever seen, because it was clear that they were actually beaten down on an oppressed people who had nothing at all, but we still stood strong, and the world responded to that political strength. And you know what? They said, you know what? We're going to use that against them. So let's go down memory lane real quick. But let's hear whether or not Barry can convince us to get back on the Demonut train. Fair use.
And say that when you have a choice that is this clear, when on the one hand you have somebody who grew up like you, knows you.
He said, when there's a choice this clear, Elder Lawyer, when there's a candidate who grew up like us, first of all, he can't include himself in us because he didn't grow up with us. But he's speaking of, in specific, how dare black men not support Kamala, who grew up like us. Let's hear real quick some of the similarities or some of what we should be able to relate to with Kamala. Let's hear it.
Grew up like you.
Grew up like us. Hey, sisters, Barry is saying, Barack Obama, that we should support Kamala because she grew up like you, sisters. She understands your struggle. Brothers, she grew up just like you. Listen to what Barry's telling you now.
Knows you.
She knows you.
Went to college with you.
Went to college with you. You hear that? You hear that old, that black twang on it? Went to college with you. Now I see why how Kamala get that. You better think about our civil rights. You better think about a union union worker. You better think about
Understands the struggles.
She understands the struggles.
And pain.
She understands our pain. Okay, let's get him out of here real quick. Brothers and sisters, she understands your struggle and understands your pain. Well, Elder Lawyer, look what I got here before you. Now, I like to show anticipation in some of these particular, layouts that I do when it comes to international news. Usually, if you're in the academy, you see all this because we do it world news, understanding that American news is watered down. You really understand what's really going on in the earth. And this is why, from the world's perspective, America has become a laughing stock. Right? So, she grew up with you. Well, here's a circulation from the Times of India. Elder Lawyer, here's the Times of India. Hopefully they'll let me highlight this. Hold on. Hopefully they'll let me highlight it. Hold on, let me see. Oh, they won't let me highlight. Oh, there it is. I want to highlight that so you all can see, folks, that this is an Indian newspaper, the Times of India. That's why everyone is laughing at our people. It was updated August 2nd, 2024, while Kamala Harris had her hat in the ring, running for president eventually, after the Biden fiasco. But what are they saying in India, folks? Because Obama says, who understands you, who grew up with you. Thank you, Kamala. Trump shares Harris Indian heritage amid, look at this, folks. Thank you, Kamala. Trump shares Harris Indian heritage photo amid row. Former U.S. President Donald Trump Wednesday said Vice President Kamala Harris has been turning black when he did not know a few years ago that Kamala Harris was black. Speaking at a black journalist convention in Chicago, Trump wondered, let's read it, where Harris is an Indian or black, which invited backlash, including from the White House, which termed that Trump comments was repulsive and insulting. Right? And this is the Times of India. Now, Barack Obama, Elder Lawya, said that the black man should understand that Kamala would understand our particular plight as black people. All right? So let's look at this for one moment. What is it about this photo that says that she can relate to us? Let's look at it. I'm going to keep it there for one moment. So the question is, how did she get from here to a heartbeat of the presidency using blackness? And this is why I titled this broadcast, Elder Lawya. Hit that like button, folks. God's people refuse to be used. I need y'all to look at this, folks, and check out the similarities. Check out the similarities between Kamala, moved out of nowhere to become our representatives, only to help everyone else, throwing us in jail like Biden did during the 1994-95 crime bill. LinkedIn from the 90s, one of the greatest racists since this country, since the inception of this country, was Biden. LinkedIn, and the Biden linked in with Obama before linking in with her. Look at the similarities. Look at that. And look at that. That's who raised Obama. These are the people who raised Obama. So what do they have in common with us? And what gives them the nerve to scold us in voting for them or supporting them? Is there any sister out there that can relate to being raised in this family? And when you go into the Hindu religion, folks, they worship many gods. The ancient gods of Babylon they worship. The God she worshiped is against the God of the Bible. So how can even Christian pastors support her without knowing her background first? See the similarities? But that ain't all I want to talk about, Elder Lawya. I want to slow walk this real quick to show you why today God's people refuse to be used. Let's first, Elder Lawya, take a trip down memory lane in the 50s and 60s. Where this Jewish woman by the name of Gloria Steinem, some say that she was a CIA asset. She's become a hero among the feminists. How Gloria Steinem became the world's most famous feminist. So was it really about women's rights, folks? This Jewish woman right here? I'm going to show you how she became while she's celebrated as the world's most famous feminist. How long are we going to be allowed to be used to push others' agendas, folks? This is why she's celebrated. She was able to get the black woman on board with white women against black men. Divide and conquer. And that witch is still celebrated today as the greatest feminist because she was able to, through propaganda, make black women believe that they should have the world that the white women has. Knowing that that's not a reality for our sisters. Divide and conquer. Our sisters bust open the door so that white women can have all the rights above black men and black women. Because what? Even white men weren't allowing white women to flex like that. Because they understood the fragility of compromising their country if women gain power above men. Let me tell you, folks. So how did it happen? Because white men they weren't going for it. They weren't going for their women leapfrogging and becoming their leaders. They know that a woman in charge of a country is a sign of weakness to the world, especially a world with nuclear power. So how did this happen? Well, they know that they couldn't resist the power of the black civil rights movement. And black men were getting the right to vote. Also we were the number one minority, which would give us the right to a lot of these white collar jobs that comes with our brothers who were graduating, as well as the middle class jobs through construction and all that, because we were the predominant work class. So black men were about to what? Black men were about to leapfrog white women. Mm-hmm. That's the true story when you look into the history and the papers on Harvard to why white women became so crazed in feminism. They seen the writing on the wall that we were high intellects. We were graduating college. We were separated from the liberals, so we were more spiritual. We were together. We were more unified in the country than white people were. And they knew if the Civil Rights Act was passed, the black man would have leapfrogged the white woman, and she said, Hades to the no. How can a black man be over us in the workforce, in the downtown, in the office? We have to get this pecking order together. And they came up with an idea. Feminism. Let's get the black woman on our side to claim it's about women's rights, but it really was about stopping the black man from leapfrogging the white woman in the workplace. We're going to educate you all tonight. So you wonder why the black man have no power and everyone is complaining. The black man was defeated. And no, the black man wasn't defeated. The black man was undermined. They would rather give the power to the black woman, aligned with the white woman, to keep the black man from toppling the white man. That was the play. We were, Martin Luther King and all that in the 60s, we were this close. We were at the neck of our enemies. It was the white man, and we were right here, folks. There was no buffers in between. There were no gays in between. There was no LGBTQ and all this others in between. There was no strong black woman in between. There was no immigrants in between because we were the working class. They were forced. They had to give us what we were demanding. And white women, white intellectuals said, hold up. They started reading the fine print and say, if we sign this, the black man is going to be over the white woman. Mm-hmm. We can't have this. Let me break it down for you now. So, how did the white woman gain power? She couldn't do it but through the daughter of Zion, because our sisters have always been the trendsetters for all women. You can say what you want about the standard of beauty that they put out there through the programming with Barbie and Disney and all that. But when it comes to trend setting, changing the landscape politically, the white woman cannot, guess what? She cannot compete when it comes to trend setting. And the reason why is because our sisters don't even have to try. Just being who they are have all the other women seeking to be like them. And guess what? Sisters don't even be trying to do anything. They're just themselves. They're just themselves. Folks, growing up, let me tell y'all something, folks. Sometimes I like to go back to Diamond Street on them, Elder. I remember there was this Jewish guy selling insurance. His name was Sam. Selling insurance to the people on the block, whether it's life insurance, annuities, whatever the case is, job insurance, any insurance you needed. Usually it was life insurance or whatever, or burial insurance. Jewish guy would come around to sell insurance. So back then, Elder Lawya, it was more personable. The Jewish guy around the corner, 15th and Susquehanna, had a butcher at 15th and Susquehanna on the corner, right? So it was still some white people before the white flight happened in like the late 70s, mid 80s, or whatever the case might be.
Right.
Sam selling insurance or asking my mother and father to get insurance. Don't you know downstairs with the music on, I never get that song, woman, take me in your arms and rock me, baby. Remember that? Woman. I don't know if you remember that. There's nothing to it. Just say you wanna do it. Yeah. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Sam's wife was asking my mother when the song came on to teach her the latest dance. I think it was like the rock or something back then. Right? Sam talking to my father about insurance. My mother got stuff on the stove, getting ready for the card game in a few days or whatever the case is. You had your card games on the block. And the Jewish woman is asking my mother to teach her the latest dance. Right? And I'm going to tell you, hey, all due respect, hey, my mother had it going on coming up too. I'll tell you that. Yeah, everybody was, right? But I'm going to tell you this right now. Without even trying, our people from the grassroots with no money at all, our sisters is their skeleton key. They cannot move nothing without our sisters, and they knew it. The black man was right there with the white man. We were about to overtake everything for the embedment of our families. And this happened. Right? Now, let me take you down. Now, by doing this, we were able to open up the door so that white women could embolden themselves over us. But they could not have done it without our sisters. But check this out. At the end of everything we did for them, look at this. Look at this. Look where our sisters ended up today. Black women, the rising face of homelessness. making our sisters think that it was all about freedom, financial freedom, and all of this that would economically put them on par with the white woman. Y'all don't understand how selfish some of these women are. I'm talking about these crazy white liberal feminists. They don't care about our women. They more so see us as, if the ones that are Democrat, these white liberals, these white women, they see our black women and black children as charity cases. That they could set up an underprivileged organization to get paid from the Democrats on you.
Right.
And then go right back to their little suburban house and say, I just helped a little black woman today. You know, she's bad on her luck. You know, she came into the shelter and I gave her some help. Let me tell you, if you wouldn't have gotten in the way, or if our sisters wouldn't allow them to get in the way, there would be no such thing as them coming through as a charity case to help our sisters with shelters. This is what happens when you move them from their black man. This is what happens when you convince them that the black man isn't any good. That was their plan, folks. You can say what you want about our mothers and our parents in the 60s. They all had husbands and they all had houses.
That's right.
Now, of course, they had to deal with the little social crazy stuff that go on in the neighborhood. And we all know that happens, and it happens in every neighborhood. But all in all, there was no such thing as homelessness until we allowed them to convince us that black women and black men should be enemies. And now the white woman has it going on to some degree. And now there's a rise in homelessness for the black woman. Now, this is where I'm going at. And then they made it where, guess what? All the black men that had the talent, the acumen, the intellect, the hustle, after hard work and determination to get out of poverty, they set up a system where she, over here, the white woman, would be waiting in college at the finish line to get all of the black men of high stature and status. Right? So even if there is a black man that can accomplish everything and get our people out of the hood, through feminism, they were able to get in close and take all the black men of status and stature, or who would acquire generational wealth. That's how selfish the liberal white woman is. She's not loyal to anything. She's not even loyal to her own man. I'm talking about the political liberal white woman. She'll use anything. That sounds like another so-called politician that they're throwing in our face right now, doesn't it? As long as you make it to the top, and it doesn't matter who you have to sacrifice or sleep with to get there. And guess what, Elder? Did not Malcolm X warn us about white liberals?
Yes, he did.
Because they're not loyal to anything outside of the politics that can have them climb over others to succeed. Boy, I'll tell you, Kamala learned well. Woo! Somebody hit that like button. We are here 2,200 strong. We haven't even started yet. We're going to walk you down memory lane, brothers and sisters, and want to understand how long they're going to use the black man and black woman as a battering ram to get what they want while God's people suffer. But I think our people are waking up. I think our people are waking up. Oh, yeah, Elder Lawya. Remember, they started out of nowhere when Barry Soetoro became president. Out of nowhere, they started pulling this Bayard Russell out of their offices out of nowhere. As if this one gay man, even though the civil rights movement at that time had to separate themselves from Bayard Russell because he was embarrassing the movement, getting drunk and cars found with men and all this. The FBI and CIA knew about this, and they were going to blackmail the civil rights leaders who had a squeaky image before the world because of the way this guy was operating out of pocket. Was he intelligent? Yes. But it wasn't his sexuality as to why he was a part of the civil rights movement. It was because of his intellect and its understanding the world geopolitically that can be used to move the civil rights movement. Now, I'm not going to slight his intelligence and know-how politically to move our people politically. He had the education, the mindset. This was a brilliant man. But he was told, listen, this is a Christian movement. Our image means everything. So you're going to have to control what you're doing. And even Martin Luther King let him know. And Jesse Jackson let him know. What you do privately is your business, man. But if you're going to be a part of this, you're going to have to walk squeaky clean and not use your personal lifestyle to tarnish what our people have worked for. And guess what? Russell Bayard knew this. And one day, history show you, he was found drunk and all this, dealing, philanthroping and all that, and they had to give him his pink slip and say, listen, brother, you know, you're bringing too much PR amongst this movement. We're going to have to back you up off publicly where you cannot be seen publicly no more. If you want to shuffle some papers in the background, if you want to do certain things and let us know what's going on politically, but you can't be the front or the face of anything because they're going to use your sexuality to destroy the movement. And then after Barack Obama became president, they began to celebrate Russell Bayard as the face of civil rights, changing the civil rights movement from a Christian affront, a moral affront, to a gay affront. Now, some people might ask, well, why? Well, why? Well, this is why. The minority contracts were coming up to allocate finances that would normally go towards the black community. And if they can use gay as a minority group, now the money will be siphoned out of our homes that was helping our people, grants, business loans, all of that. It would go into the gay community. But guess what? Not to be controlled by gays who look like him. Only to be controlled by white lesbians and white male homosexuals. Same thing that we seen with this. They use the black face again for themselves to undermine our people. All right? Now I'm going to slow walk this for you. I need y'all to check this out. Fair use.
From the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C.
Having to lie, I feel, is the saddest and the ugliest part of being a homosexual. When you have your first bad love experience, for instance, and you can't go to your brother or your sister and say, I'm hurting.
So now they had what? Elder Lawya. So they had a campaign in black and white in the 60s of how it's a pain loving someone that's not socially accepted, not to be accepted by your brothers and or sisters, is what they were saying here. Folks, they were setting this up even back then during the civil rights. When these same gay people who are complaining about what their family thinks of their lifestyle, they were white men and white women who could go to the bathrooms and the high status places with their white families. There was no black finger pointed down the street and said, colored, you must use the dirty fountain instead of the clean fountain where the white people were using. These same gay white people had all the privileges of other white people. The only issue or complaint they had is that their own families was rejecting them. What do that have to do with us? I'm listening to the whole APB. I listened to it last night. I mean, the whole propaganda piece that they have for the pride. We weren't coming against gay whites and gays, and gay white men and all that. Their families were ostracizing them. What does that have to do with our money through the civil rights going to them? Shouldn't they be broken off by their families who've rejected them? But they did it again. The Democrats did it again. They put a black man who had nothing to do in place, only to become a Trojan horse for every other people with a gripe that we had nothing. We did nothing to create the gripes these people have. It was their own families messing them up and separating from them. And now they're going to cut into what belongs to our people? Talking about his family didn't accept him. Well, shouldn't you be going to your family for some level of restitution? How can you now go and break off the civil rights money that belongs to our people who were enslaved, who were redlined under Jim Crow, who suffered racism by the same ilks of you? And guess what? There's racist white people. There were racist white people back then that were gay. Gay people can be racist. Now, I'm sorry they had to go through some things with their family, but listen, there's family rules. Okay? And when someone has a name and reputation to uphold, you can't have no rogue child operating outside of the family name. That's not oppression when you set a standard for your child to continue the legacy you work for him to have. How dare you dishonor me? And how can they make that into a sad case that they can now throw money at? But yet they can't throw money at our people, but they throw money to gay people. The white woman got the money through feminists. The gay white people got something through LGBTQ civil rights. And the people who spearheaded civil rights gets nothing? Huh? So this is why this particular minority group now has access to financial allocations over the black community. Because their family didn't accept their lifestyle. White people.
At first, I was very guilty. And then I realized that all the things that are taught you not only by society but by psychiatrists are just to fit you in a mold. And I've just rejected the mold, and when I rejected the mold, I was happier.
Not a black face here.
Mostly independent organizations all across the country. There's somewhere between 60 and 70.
See this, folks? Not a black face there. Now, check this out. Look at this. I want y'all to look at this now. Bear with me. I'm painting a picture so that we can quantify this at the very end. Look at this. This is the real civil rights right here. People who are truly oppressed, with a black man leading and all the other people following. And they were able to infiltrate this movement. They were able, folks, to take this movement right here, the gay pride movement, and eclipse the true movement. They have totally disassembled our people politically. Where you can never look forward to a march where we're unified like we once were, right here. Even the Million Man March paled in comparison to the international impact this march had. Now, let's talk about it. Gays benefit. White women benefit. The white man benefits while our people suffer, while our people go homeless. And all the time, folks, since the 60s, we were led by the Democrat Party, which means the Democrat Party are solely responsible for the conditions of our people within the neighborhoods today. You cannot blame the Republicans because we were strictly Democrat. Right? In city council, finding new ways to undermine or lie or trick us into supporting our own demise. And I'm so glad that I'm seeing this day where God said would happen. That we would finally understand how they've always deceived our people and used our spiritual strength for their own selfish political agendas. Civil rights. Another thing celebrated. Joachim Prinz marches with Martin Luther King Jr. in 1963. That's right, folks. Joachim Prinz, here he is. Joachim Prinz, a Jewish man, marches with Martin Luther King. Why? Because at the same time they was going to push a new doctrine of evangelic Christians teaching Zionist rhetoric that would, through the black church, they would push support for white people to have a place protected by God in Israel and teach it as a doctrine within the Christian church. Well, guess what? Jewish white people got a whole country based on the moral support they received through the Christian churches in America, especially through the black churches. What did we get out of this connection between this Jewish man and Martin Luther King? They got a whole country with nukes. The Rabbi Joachim Prinz marched with Martin Luther King, and through that, we began to teach a Zionist teaching in our Christian churches, saying that these Jewish people, white people, have a right to Israel under a new doctrine that wasn't taught in our Christian church. We were getting infiltrated by Zionism. They got a whole country with nukes to show you the power of our movement. Because these people aren't original. They can't move anything. They see what we do to actually turn the trend and they ride the wave. After we create and move the trend, it doesn't matter what it is.
Mm-hmm.
DJ Vlad, anybody? Howard Cosell, anybody? See? They use our spirit that comes from heaven to spearhead every movement. They see it and they look at what we're doing and jump right on it and benefit from it while our people suffer. I'm so glad I'm seeing the day where our people are looking at Kamala and others and saying, thank you, but no thank you. Fool me once, shame on me. You're not going to give us a Kamala, you're not going to give us an Obama, some person from someplace else with hair. Not while our children are suffering, while our women are suffering. Every movement, the civil rights movement, the black woman was there, and now she's rejected by everybody, including her own black man. And she stood for everyone else, and she's the bottom of the totem pole compared to every other person. Then they try to gas our sister's head up. Oh yeah, the black woman is the backbone of the Democrat Party. And what have you done for them? Because if you did anything for our black women, you know what? They would make sure that the neighborhoods were good. They would make sure, because you can say what you want about our black women, because they only want to talk about the sisters who don't do right. There's a lot of sisters who had welfare, a lot of sisters who had public housing and was able to help build financially behind a man that would get them out of the projects, that would get them out of public housing, and they were willing to sacrifice and use the system for their families. That's when the government put into this thing, well, hold up now. It seems like y'all tricking the system. It seems like we gave you this so that it can be for you and your children, but now you can have a black man around. Because sisters was getting the free housing to make sure that the black family stayed intact with the man at the helm of it, and the government said, hell no. They don't want to talk about those sisters who would hustle and do all of that. And she'll be working a job too. And next thing you know, the man that leads her gets a house, and now they're out of public housing. We were supposed to stay stuck in public housing. But no one talk about the sisters who've used the system to make sure their man was up front, that their man was taken care of. You never hear about that. And I'm going to tell you this. That's the majority of sisters. That's the majority of sisters. But you know what? They always talk about the minority. It was the majority. Listen, I know, because I grew up in the midst of that time, so people can't lie to me about those times. You can say what you want about the women who was taking assistance and all that. But when a man came home from working the construction site, guess what? She would take his socks off, rub his feet, thank the Lord he was in the house. He had the top of the table. His food was ready. See? So, but you know what? They don't talk about that side of our sisters, because they want our sisters to be looked upon as less than or the worst of all. But I'm going to tell you, every movement that catapulted all of these people over us, it has always been them using our sisters. Our sisters put everything in front of themselves. And now they're separated even without a man by putting everyone else first. And you know what? Our sisters are saying, you know what? No more. We sacrifice for everybody else, our sisters do. They starting to look at this and saying, you know what? Who's going to look out for me? When there's gays, you want us to back up that. When there's white women, you want us to back up that. And the only thing a black woman cannot back up publicly is a black man. And now you want her to back up a Hindu? After she done gave for everyone else? Our sisters are tired of getting played by everyone else. Gays, everything else, only to get the bottom of what's left. The crumbs from the master's table. Our sisters are tired of that. Because at the end of it, sisters are looking at this and saying, you know what? We even lost our men helping everyone else. And our sisters are saying, you know what? No more. And a lot of our sisters are saying, you know what? No more. I'm going to look out for myself, and I'm going to look out for my black man and my children. Sisters are waking up. And I thank the Most High for this day. Because everybody want to talk about the women that aren't doing right. But you don't want to talk about the women who would go into the system and take, our sisters was like Robin Hood. They would take from them and bring it right back into the neighborhoods and make it where their men and their children could get out of public housing. But no one talk about that. And now we look up, and our sisters looking at all of our young men desiring everybody else. And our sisters looking at, well, hold up. All the work I've done? But guess who tricked our sisters into this crap? Right there. Feminists tricked our sisters into believing that she could understand the black woman's cause, when really she wanted the black woman's place with a black man. We're going to call a spade a spade. And I'm going to tell you, that's why a lot of white men are willing to topple the country now and bring everyone in. Because the white man have success. Why do you think the white man at every turn was trying to keep the white woman away from the black man? And liberalism and freedom have allowed their daughters to go over the track. And you know what? The white women aren't coming back. Because they've always wanted the black man. I'm going to tell you like it is. So now the white man is saying, to Hades with America, we're going to let everyone overrun the country because we have lost our women. I'm going to tell you like it is. And white men will tell you too. They've lost their woman. And that was their unforced, let me tell you, that was an unintended consequence. Let me tell you, I have sons who have graduated college recently. And I'm going to tell you right now, folks, I'm going to bring my sons on one day. We're going to talk. Folks, those white girls are lined around the corner for the black men from the time they walk in the door as freshmen. You think the white establishment, you think Esau ain't seeing this, that he losing his daughters? So now Esau is like, listen, we used to be able to lie with the Emmett Till and all these things to keep a separation that black men are criminals, black men are this and black men are that. We used to scare our white women into believing black men were less than. But when they tore down that wall, let me tell you, every other women are starting to see that black men are more caring than most people. More understanding than even the white man they've run from. And not only that, you'll find more black men that have a fear of God and are spiritually rooted. And now their white women are trying to cleave to that, and the white man is saying, you know what, before we give up our daughters, we will break the borders and allow everyone to just destroy this country. Because our birth rates are down. That's a whole nother conversation. let's go down memory lane now. From here, our sisters, to move our sisters out of the way so that now our women can now be the new face of homelessness. Women are living in their cars now, black women in particular, and showering with their gym pass now. Now, let's finish going down memory lane. The Jewish people benefited in their connection with the civil rights movement. The white woman benefited. And guess what? The gays benefited. Now, check this out. This is what they wanted, folks. Why do you think they pulled Bayard Russell out of nowhere during the time of Barack Obama? Well, they pulled him out of nowhere because this is what they really wanted your sons to become. Right there. Right there. Saucy Santana. This is where your Democrat money is going to in case your son wants to transition while in grade school. Yeah? See? If they can get within the civil rights, they can castrate your sons and also destroy the masculinity that they fear amongst the warrior class of Judah. See, you're not worried about this guy stopping anything in the midst of war. See? Oh, no. See, this is what you want to oppose you in the midst of some serious warfare. All right? Somebody busts open the door with a pair of jackboots. This guy is clenching his pearls. Let's just call it what it is. All right? That was their plan. That's the Democrat idea for black boys. That's what they want. You cannot blame the Republicans for this. Huh? They want an army of saucy Santanas. Right? And all of that started with Barry Soetoro as President of the United States, Elder Lawya. So now, fair use because Kamala, Elder Lawya, has an economic plan for the black man. This is what we've been waiting for, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right? You know? This is what we've been waiting for. Kamala, you know, even Barry came out there trying to scold black men when he can't relate to any of us at all. At all. He wasn't raised where we were raised. He came out of nowhere as if they just put him in position to totally undermine and destroy our people and weaken us further. And then on top of that, they waited till they put a black man in the White House to light up the White House in rainbow colors. Now, let me tell you, they've had gay people running the Roman Empire since Caligula, since Dementia, since the Roman Empire. Gays have always ruled from the Senate of their republic. But at least white men even understood that they had to show a what? They would have to show a masculine strength as a leader, even if they had to hide their sexual proclivities. They couldn't show that as an affront over a country. So there have always been gay white men in power. But why would they wait until there's a black face to light up the White House with LBGT colors? As if we are the face of homosexuality. Have you ever heard of Caligula? Dementia? Have you ever heard of Alexander the Greek and what he was doing with some of his generals? The Romans were known, the word Roman erotica came out of the Roman Senate amongst the higher rungs of the Roman Empire. That's where you get Roman erotica from. But they waited until a black face was in place to do it. And guess what? That could have not have happened, Elder Lawyer, because there would not have been a black man who were born in America who suffered chattel slavery, would have insulted the blood, sweat, and tears of his family like that, who died for the freedoms the United States, that the United States enjoy and take full advantage of. If a black man was born here, he would have never allowed them to do this. And that's how you know this guy must have been from somewhere else, not connected to the black struggle. Now, if he could do this, and you have this woman, this East Indian that has no connection to the black struggle, what do you think she's going to do? But of course, Elder Lawyer, she's getting spanked in the polls right now. So they're going to send out their lackeys to tell us exactly what she's going to do for brothers.
Right.
So see if you can go for this pitch real quick. And Charlemagne the No God, I don't know why they think they can use that guy, because no one listens to him. If you go to Charlemagne the No God for politics, you're lost. Okay? So, of course, I don't know where he's from, but let's figure out what this brother said that Kamala have for the brothers. Fair use.
And staying with the race for the White House, Vice President Kamala Harris has unveiled a new economic agenda that is specifically tailored to black men. The plan includes forgiving 1 million business loans, creating more apprenticeships, and studying diseases that disproportionately impact African-American men.
Hold up now,
The
Lawyer.
opportunity agenda for black men
Lawyer, I know you want some of this, all right? So, hold on. You're a brother. You got descendants of slaves, tribe of Judah. We've been waiting for this, and Lawyer, I know you've been chopping at the bits to hear what Kamala got for you, young man. Here it is.
And staying with the race for the White House, Vice President Kamala Harris has unveiled a new economic agenda that is specifically tailored to black men.
Now, this is specifically tailored for you, my brother. Here it is.
The plan includes forgiving 1 million business loans.
1 million business loans, Elder Lawyer. But you know what I did? You know what I did? So I went to actually look into this 1 million business loans. Being that they're suffering from the black men not supporting this and actually convincing our sisters not to support this woman, this Hindu, right? When you go into it, it says black men. There's a $1 million up to $1 million in certain circumstances of a business loan for black men and others. Let's not even focus on the black men. Who are the others? Could this $1 million be for the illegals who are opening up businesses in our neighborhoods that you let into the country to overtake us? Let's see. So there it is, man. $1 million. Come on. Tailored to the black man. Let's see if the black man, let's see what we need. All right.
Creating more apprenticeships and studying diseases that
They're going to study some diseases. They're going to study some diseases, Lawyer. Now, I don't have any diseases, but they're not going to cure disease. They're going to study diseases that do what?
Black men. The plan includes President Kamala Harris has unveiled a new economic agenda that is specifically tailored to black men. The plan includes forgiving 1 million business loans, creating more apprenticeships, and studying diseases that disproportionately impact African American men.
Now here's the good stuff, because this is what I've been waiting for. After giving billions to illegals, after giving billions to Israel's military complex, after giving billions upon billions to the Ukrainians for a war that have nothing to do with us, the Ukrainians, Elder Lawya, this was the one thing I was waiting for. I was waiting for him to say, the same billions that go to them are now being redirected and allocated to the black men and the black women who built this country, the descendants of slaves. I was waiting for that, right?
Right.
Here it comes.
And the opportunity agenda for black men also includes legalizing recreational marijuana to create a booming industry. Harris announced the plan in the battleground state of Pennsylvania, which she visited for the 10th time this election season. The announcement comes days after former President Barack...
There you go, Elder Lawya. This is what we've been waiting for. Right?
Wow.
Some weed.
Wow.
There you go. That's specifically tailored. Now they didn't give the Jewish people weed. Diseases aren't race specific. Diseases are diseases. Where's the weed you gave the Jews? Or did you give them money? What's up with this? If this is not an insult. Now there's more.
For black men also includes legalizing recreational marijuana to create a booming industry. Harris announced the plan in the battleground state of Pennsylvania.
Get black men more high, because that's exactly what they want.
Which she visited for the 10th time this election season. The announcement comes days after
fair use.
Former President Barack Obama criticized black men in person, saying they weren't fond of the idea of having a woman as president.
This doesn't have anything to have a woman as president. Okay? And this is what they do, folks. They shape a narrative that's created in the DNC think tanks as a Jedi mind trick to tell people this is what we're thinking, without giving black men the opportunity or the respect to say no.
Right.
It's not about her being a black woman. It's about her being not black at all, and we don't know her. So how can we expect this Hindu woman to be the face of what? Our interest politically, when we trusted you already and were deceived? We're no longer following people from someplace else. That's number one. Our people are suffering. They're homeless. And now, within the last 4 years, this woman, as the border czar, have let millions of people into the United States to replace black people. Now, if you don't believe that, hold up. I got something. She was single-handedly behind this. I need y'all to check this out. For those who missed it, right? For those who missed it, let me show you here. Newsweek. As of April 1922, just 2 years ago, Newsweek, supporting illegal immigration means opposing black workers. That's what it means. It's a political statement when you bring in all these people who have no interest in the country. They will undermine those who've always worked here. And then it'll drive down wages, where if we go get a job, they'll say, well, listen, we can pay these illegals almost nothing, which drive down the wages of those who bled for this country. So we'll have degrees and they'll still say, well, listen, we can only give you $15 to $20 an hour. Why? Because it has saturated the work market. They did that on purpose, folks, so that they don't have to pay future retirements if they give all the money, Social Security and all this to illegals. They did this specifically to attack the financial upward mobility of those who built the country. That was intentional. So if you can't find a job, it's because of Kamala. See? You let 20-some-odd million people into the country undocumented. Allow them to have a fast track to voting while lying to us, claiming that voting rights is because black people cannot vote. When you knew it was for the illegals, you would bring it in to replace us.
Right.
And see, I've always kept these receipts. I've been teaching this since the bogus shutdown that happened years ago. How they would use that as a DNC platform to claim that the old administration was suffering, not telling people it's because they shut the country down, only to hide things through what? Mail-in ballots, and then open up the borders to replace us for a 4-year span straight, and strategically fly them and bust them into areas we live in. So here it is, Elder. They think people are dumb. And then when we finally get on one accord and say, well, listen, no more. Whatever you gave the Jews, whatever you gave Ukraine, money is all you can give us. Okay? Money, that's it. You can give our people because our people built the country. And I'm speaking of the descendants of slaves from the tribe of Judah, freedmen. They call them FBAs today. Only thing you can give them is give us is what you owe us. If you can give it to Ukraine, no black man said we need a study on some diseases amongst black people. And that black people said, well, all together, got together under consensus that they want weed. That's the insult that they're willing to do right in your face. Right? So I got the receipts. Now they got this guy who no one knows, who no one cares about anyway, saying that they finally tailored a plan for black men.
House, Vice President Kamala Harris has unveiled a new economic agenda that is specifically tailored to black men. The plan includes forgiving 1 million business loans, creating more apprenticeships, and studying diseases that disproportionately impact African-American men. The opportunity agenda for black men also includes legalizing recreational marijuana to create a booming industry. Harris announced the plan in the battleground state of Pennsylvania, which she visited for the 10th time this election season. The announcement comes days after former President Barack Obama criticized black men in person, saying they weren't fond of the idea of having a woman as president.
Up with all kinds of reasons and excuses.
Fair use.
I've got a problem with that.
Who cares if you got a problem with that? All right, let's go back. Let's go back here real quick. Let's go back. Talking about he got a problem with that. And let me show y'all something real quick. Talking about I got a problem with that.
Right.
Who cares? Let me show y'all real quick. Talking about he got a problem, like the world need to stop now because he got a problem that no one is going to support a Hindu.
Right. Yeah, I don't think he realized all that symbolic currency that he once had has been used up. He don't have that anymore because he was in office for 8 years and did absolutely nothing for black people. So any symbolism or any currency, symbolic currency that he once had has been all spent up.
Is it? Man, let me tell you, he was the last hope for any black people who believed in this political system. And I've heard black people say it too, right? If it can't happen with Obama, it can't happen. What happened to those conversations? I've heard people say that. Man, support the brother.
Right.
If anything, he's going to do something, but really, believe it or not, being black was all he needed to do.
Mm-hmm.
At least a white person would have to prove his worth to you. See? He would have to build trust to give you something to trust him. The only thing he had to be was black. And that's an insult. Talking about he got a problem with that. Look at this guy right here. That's him right there. Being raised by these people, wagging his finger at us. What relation does he have with us? Really? Talking about he got a problem with that.
Because part of it makes me think, and I'm speaking to men directly, part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president.
No. Finding a Hindu woman that was raised in Canada and brought over into nut job California, locking our people up, folks, is an insult to the black women who suffered through Jim Crow, and our foreparents who struggled, and our sisters who was raped and still had to go to work afterwards, that struggled to build this country, who understand the experience of a Judite man and a Judite woman. It's an insult to put her and say she's more qualified than black women who've struggled before her. That's the problem, because it's that black woman. Not that black woman, that Hindu Asian woman disrespecting black women. You're telling our sisters that there isn't a qualified black woman that have gone through the struggle that's more what? Qualified than a Hindu from East India. So it's not that men don't want women. We don't know her. We have intelligent sisters, if you are about this political system, that you picked over intentionally because you knew a black woman would come with what? Causes for our community. So y'all chose an outsider. So it has nothing to do with an insult about a woman. Why did you overlook our women? And you would rather try to create this Hindu into a black woman than to choose someone who've gone through the struggles with it, because you can't chance it politically. Because a black woman may do something for her people, and you know it. And you know it. That's the issue. You will never choose a person that would actually consider the tribe of Israel first, the black man and black woman first. And that's the problem. You'd rather insult our sisters, pick over them, find a Hindu from somewhere else and make her black, than to have our sisters stand and be recognized. This is hatred against black women by choosing Kamala. You're showing how much you hate black women.
And you're coming up with other alternatives and other reasons for that.
His contentious remarks followed growing concerns of eroding support among black men for...
Black men been not supporting this guy. Only gay men support him. Okay? Straight up. Let me tell you, when this happened, let me show y'all, folks. When that happened, any black man that has any masculinity left in him knew not to ever support this man again. When this happened, let me blow it up for you. When he lit up the White House near the end of his term, knowing that he couldn't get voted out. Now, if you're Saucy Santana, all right. You get, a lot of these guys just happy with sexual access to other white men that are gay and all that. That's good enough for them to have sexual access. Okay?
Alternatives and other reasons for that.
His contentious remarks followed growing concerns of eroding support among black men for Kamala Harris just weeks before the November 5th election. Recent polls show that black men are less enthusiastic about the Democratic presidential ticket, and they may sit out this election or support former President Donald Trump.
Of course, they're going to support Donald Trump if you are a man. Of course. Now, I'm a man of God. I'm not going to support either of these people. I support God, Christ, and this Bible. But any man in his right mind that's masculine and think family first and think closing the borders, knowing that it will destroy the economy, that will leave more jobs for the black men everyone is complaining about, don't have enough to give their own families. What straight black man in his right mind would vote for Kamala? When the only thing that she is promoting amongst our communities is the aborting of our babies. At the same time that Biden said the first week of his administration that they have a child rate problem amongst the Caucasians in the United States, and they're going to become the minority by 2040, as he stated. So Biden said they have a problem with not having enough white children. And at the same time, Kamala is saying that we need to get rid of our children. Isn't that racial genocide? So what straight man who believes in family and God would vote for Kamala if he want a family? If he believes in God and the Bible? See? No straight man would in their right mind go for that. And if there's a reason that our people that they would have for our people to vote for her, she would have said it. And right now, Elder Lawya, this guy on the screen doesn't sound too convincing. Because we don't smoke weed. That's number one. And how much, and a discount on insulin, I don't have diabetes. And if you can have a discount on insulin, black people are the only people with diabetes? Isn't that for everybody?
Right.
So they'll tout something that they know is for everybody and claim, well, we're doing this for black people because black people is included with everybody. But you will single out specific money allocations for Ukrainians who have nothing to do with our people, Israelis who have nothing to do with Americans. So what black man in his right mind, and for what reason would he vote for her? When the other guy is saying, no, we shouldn't destroy and kill our babies. We should close the borders that have a direct effect on our people getting jobs. Driving down the job market, the wages, by saturating the job market that they know will prefer illegals. On top of this, isn't it discrimination to only have a job fair for undocumented illegals and American citizens and black men and women who are suffering unemployment can't go to get a job in America because those jobs are only allocated for illegals, isn't that discrimination against its citizens? So what black person in their right mind would vote for her? When everything you are experiencing negative came directly from that administration.
You have to be careful with recognizing that African American men.
Hold up.
Yeah, if I can mention something real quick, I think ultimately that's the key.
What's that?
The fact that they're trying to sell or pass her off as a black woman when we know she's an East Indian, that just makes it all the worse. But ultimately, I think black people are just fed up entirely with the whole Democratic company line. You can put anybody in that position at this point. If they're still towing the same company line, abortion, LGBT rights, support Israel, and all the other things that come with the Democratic company line, I think that our people still would be fed up and would be willing to look elsewhere when it comes to casting their vote. So the East Indian thing, listen, that's the cherry on top that's just making it all the worse. But regardless, even if they got someone from the soil, 100% black, if that person was to sit in that seat and push the same agenda and would have done the destructive things that have been done the past 4 years, regardless of their ethnicity or their origin, I believe our people would have been fed up or would be fed up regardless.
Yeah, but you're right, Elder. But there's something to why, even if they put someone in position of status, they are people that that haven't experienced the black struggle and slavery we experienced here.
Right, which is purpose.
Yeah, whoever the DNC, whoever that, they're strategically picking people from these other countries who are probably raised Manchurian candidates from war-torn countries to be the face of our people politically from somewhere else. It's as if they're saying all together, we can't trust these blacks that were born in America. We cannot trust them because that at any time they may break bad.
Exactly. They may grow a conscience.
Exactly. Because they're grassroots.
Right.
They have a tie to what have happened to their forefathers historically. So even if they're convinced to do something for the DNC, I don't believe they can trust them at this point because they may break bad. And I think it's the awakening that they can't chance one of our people who were born here in America from chattel slavery to get in a position with a voice. Because at any time, that history might kick in that they are afraid of. Right. Now, if you bring it an illegal or someone from another country, they're just happy to have a higher or better lifestyle compared to where they're from. And they tend to be more loyal to the establishment and thankful to the establishment. See, we're not thankful. See, we say, listen, you owe us. We don't owe you anything. See, but if they get people from other places, that they help destroy, these people coming over from other countries are thankful because their living is higher in contrast to where their families come from. So they'll come over and be more grateful and stomp for the establishment. Only because and you know what? I don't blame people for being grateful. See? But the establishment understand that usually those that are grateful for being here tend to not rock the boat. See? Because they're like, well, hold up. You're getting a little antsy here. I can revoke your green card. See? They holding something over the other brothers and sisters that come over here. See, but you can't revoke our green card. We don't have one. We got a Judah card that came with those slave ships. And that's what they fear. Okay?
I think the example of that we're seeing firsthand is was the guy, Mayor Adams in New York. Initially, he was towing that company line when it came to the immigrants and the illegal immigrants coming into New York. But I think eventually he started speaking out against it somewhat, to some degree, grew a conscience, and now we're kind of seeing what he's going through right now.
Thank you. That's a perfect example. He was like, hold up, because the original reason they sold this immigrant stuff to the mayors were on board with, because they made people believe that these were asylum states who would bring a couple of people through until they assimilate themselves into that city. But then they see, well, hold up. A year have passed. 2 years have passed. What you originally told us this immigration was for isn't at all. And Mayor Adams realized that this was an invasion, and he stood up and said what? He stood up and said, if we don't stop this, New York would cease to exist.
Right.
He spoke against what they were doing, because Washington, D.C. was making everybody believe that these people were just coming from war-torn countries and needed help. Right? A loophole in the asylum laws. See? And guess what? As soon as he grew a conscience, they threw a federal case at him.
Mm-hmm.
So they usually want people from other places who are more grateful, that has what? Citizenship held over their head. See? Okay, so here it is. And guess what? There's nothing this woman can say that could convince black men to do anything. Okay? Let's make this clear. All right?
And have the same needs as any other male in voting, making decisions for their family, having wealth for their children, economic issues, cost of food. And so you don't want to offer like a carrot, as a bait for people to vote for you and not really pay attention to what the issues are. And so...
Okay, let me hold back. I may have to change my tune on this. Right?
It could be possibly backfire if the male population feel that they're trying to be convinced beyond policy to vote for her, instead of her really standing on the issues that really present themselves to African American males.
You know what? I can respect what she had to say. I had to pull that back. And on top of that, she sounds more qualified than Kamala, to be honest with you. Well, let's go.
Young black men in particular are turning away from the Biden-Harris administration as their experiences are not reflected in the policies.
Right now, I would definitely vote for Trump. The reason why I will vote for Trump, Trump is offering more tangibles that some or most black Americans think that will benefit our community, such as immigration, the way immigration is running under the Democratic.
You notice, Elder Lawya, when the guy touted the bullet points that would specifically help black men, you notice they said nothing about the illegal immigration, when that's the number one issue that black men were talking about.
Right.
Like, going to drive down all the jobs where there's no money for us to take care of our families. That's what brothers were saying. But they was like, no. What we're going to do is give you some marijuana.
Time right now is hurting our economy because we're having millions of people come in. They're reaping the benefits such as Medicaid, Medicare, DHS. They're receiving all these benefits that so many...
All right, Soup Bone. Hold on. We got probably a DNC troll that's in the... a DNC troll that's in our chat. So this is what we're going to do for that DNC troll named Soup Bone. I don't know if that what your family named you, but we about to get some get right. Soup Bone. All right, this is what's going to happen real quick. This is how it's going to pop off for you, Soup Bone. Okay, I'm going to show you how we do it, and we're going to do it with the Bible open. All right? All right, Soup Bone. See that link right there, Soup Bone? See that link right there? You got 3 minutes to come into Zoom. Stop commenting. Do not comment one thing. Stop hiding behind your little Twitter fingers and your little keyboard and face up like a man. I just put it right here, Soup Bone. I'm going to put it in there again. Nobody else click into that Zoom. Soup Bone, you got 3 minutes to come face to face and bring whatever you have to say right here. Okay? Now, if you don't do that, I hope you have more troll accounts to come in and troll more. Okay? You will be in gigabyte land after this, and you will have to bring another account to troll some more. Okay? It's now 8:15. That's right. Come on in. I advise you to be front and center by 8:18. This is how men do it. Okay? Whatever you have to say, I'll be respectful. All right? But you got to come to the front of the congregation. And you got 2 minutes before you in gigabyte land. All right? Let's go on. I'll be waiting, Soup Bone.
Our elders, our retired military that may be homeless, and the regular homeless people, they can't get these benefits, but we're giving it to people who never put into the system. So that's a huge problem for me, and I know a few other people.
Meanwhile, during a rally in Pennsylvania...
And he made what? He made cogent, logical points. You're giving tangibles to people who put nothing into the system. But yet you are rejecting the people who built the country. That's what you must address, and that only. No one cares about your loans and all that others. You give our people their reparations. Those, not the immigrants who came to this country, those who built the country through slave labor. You give our people what's owed. And our people will fund their own education. They'll take the money to set up their own businesses. They'll set up their own schools. So you don't have to worry about to provide anything through the government to appease black people. Give black people what they owe who built this country, and they'll take care of their own education and everything else. Okay? When the Zionists come to you to send money to Israel, that's foreign country, you don't talk about giving Jewish people education and loans. You cut the check. Okay? So no one want to hear about marijuana or anything else. You didn't send you didn't send a few bags of marijuana to Ukraine.
Right.
And no one cares about your insulin, that garbage anyway. No one cares about the insulin because some people get dependent on it with some of these diagnoses, and they need the insulin because that stuff be making their system go haywire, and they get dependent on it. So that's, I lowered the cost of insulin by 15%. The insulin go down 15%. No. Mm-hmm. I don't have diabetes. You give our people what you give the Ukrainians. Okay? I see a lot of your people out there working at Dunkin' Donuts. Give our people the Dunkin' Donuts in this community. Give our people some of them. Mm-hmm. Okay, Soup Man, that's his name? It's 319. Let me see. What his name? Soup who? Soup Bone? All right, Soup Bone. This is where you go into history, go into gigabyte land. Hey, your Rock, Elder Dell. I don't see him waiting in the Zoom, so please give him the proverbial boot, please. All right. Soup bone, go find a bone. Out of here, like Vladimir. All right. Now let's finish seeing what this talking head has to say.
On Monday, Donald Trump celebrated the increasing support from the black community, adding that if he wins the swing state, he will in fact win the whole ball game.
Tell you what, our poll numbers have gone through the roof. With black and Hispanic have gone through the roof. And I like that. I like that. I like that. We win Pennsylvania. We win this great Commonwealth. We are going to win the whole ball game. It's such an important place. And we relate. And we are up in the polls fairly nicely.
The latest poll averages by the New York Times show Kamala Harris leading Donald Trump by 1 point in Pennsylvania.
You know what that means? That means she's down by 40. Okay? And I'm going to tell you, you might well put a 0 next to her. You're leading by 1 point. Yeah, okay. Yeah. If they say she's leading by 1 point, because don't forget what they said Hillary was, during her election. She was leading the whole time. So 1 point, that means she's in the dirt, okay? Fair use.
And by 3 points nationally. Yet for nearly 5 decades, black men have historically voted overwhelmingly for Democrats, and specifically, their support has ranged anywhere from 85 to 95% for Democratic presidential candidates.
Why do you hear them doing this with white men? Asian men, Elder Lawya? East Indian men?
No, sir.
What is this focus on us? I'll tell you what this focus is, folks. We're no longer going for the Jedi mind trick. They know something is happening spiritually in the awakening where the old tricks can no longer work. And what's great about this, Elder, is they don't have any more tricks.
Right.
That's what's great about this. You would expect them to do something different, folks, but when something worked so perfectly for decades, they never felt a need to change it. They don't have another play. Some people would ask, well, man, they tried everything. They tried claiming that black men were on board right after they ditched old Joe. Oh yeah, black men was on the phone. We had about 1,000 black men, and they donated up to $1 million, and black men was on. No, not any masculine men. Now you probably had about 30 or 40 saucy Santanas. See, what they were trying to do is drum up this illusion of support. When black men in America been moving silently away from all of their crap, not saying anything. Y'all haven't noticed that black men not saying anything have left the black church? There was no announcement. There was no announcement. Our brothers are seeing all the dynamics and isn't engaging in it anymore. They just move. Our brothers are moving silently, and it isn't engaging, and that scares them because at least when we voted, they understood where we were mentally, that we were still under their spell. It scares them that they don't know how we're moving, and they're not in control of how we're moving. That scares them. There was no blanket announcement when black men left the black church. The same thing that happened with the demos, the demo nuts. Let me tell you, we seen the lack thereof of logic understanding with people who actually vote for Demonuts. And a lot of black men never say anything. They just looked at him. And just started moving silently. Why? Because anyone with a logical brain could see it has been the Democrats destroying our communities. If we vote down ballot and don't vote no Republicans, that means Democrats are singularly responsible for everything politically that's going on in our neighborhoods. And you cannot blame the Republicans for this trash of how they destroyed our neighborhoods. Be it from crack cocaine, be it from the 84 and 85, the 94 and 95 crime bill from Joe Biden. These were all Democrat policies. Even if you go into the Central Park 5, when Trump put out what? A front page ad against the Central Park 5. Trump was a Democrat. And it was Democrats, don't forget, New York is a top liberal Democrat city, that prosecuted. The judge and the DA were all Democrats that prosecuted the Central Park 5.
Right.
So now our people have waken up. Black men have woke up, and sisters, guess what? Sisters, they like to test which way the wind is blowing. Right? And sisters are saying, you know what? Here it is. Let me show you. We followed the white women, and they left us out here. Our sisters, hey, we followed the gays and thought they were down with us, and they left us out here. Right? Right? And they're looking to turn our sons into saucy. Right? Our sisters said, well, okay, we tried Barack Obama, right? We tried old Barry Soetoro, Barack Obama, and he hung us out to dry. And now you're telling us to support Kamala? Our sisters are saying, you know what? Maybe we need to start following our men. That's what they are afraid of, folks. They are afraid of what? That our sisters will start listening to what's logically going on. And if the sisters leave the Democrat Party, guess what? A bird cannot fly with one wing. The whole thing crashes to the ground.
Right.
See? The whole thing. Black people, our people, have been the base of the Democrat Party for decades. That's why all these other small little groups have to tether on to our numbers to get anything done, because they don't have the numbers. You would think they would prioritize us first over white women, over, how did they make a white woman a minority when she was enslaving us with the white man? Are you kidding me? So our sisters like, listen, you know, our sisters, they're probably too proud to say, you know what, we were played, I'm sorry about it. But guess what? Just like we move silently out of all of that, knowing that this world is going to hell, sisters, y'all don't got to make a public proclamation and say you're sorry. Move silently like we're moving silently with the Most High. Huh? Y'all don't have to make a public yeah, you were played, we were played too. How many of us felt good that, oh, that's a black man is well spoken? About time they trying to hear something and come to find out that everything about that man was made up as is Kamala. See? See, one thing about the Edomite power, as long as he rule, he'll rule through someone who looks like us if he think we'll follow. He don't have to be up front. He can just have his hand in the back of what we think are us. See? See how this soup bowl, whoever he is, he's up out of here. Right? There it is. All right, Elder Lawyer. Now, let's finish this through. And then after this, we're going to give you a scripture to what the Most High is doing with all of this. Because we're not listening to CNN no more. We're not listening to none of that crap no more. Okay? Come to find out, the Democrat Party is no different than the taskmasters that were put over the plantations during slavery to keep us in line. And that's why they care concerning which way we're going as far as the vote is concerned. They are afraid that Judah is fleeing the plantation. How can I vote against my own interest? Think about that. Your own interest is thinking, other people thinking that your children are better off unborn, while they open up the borders to allow their families over to replace who? Your children that would have been born. How dare this woman get from someplace else, come to America and tell our black women they should get rid of our children, while they open up the borders to have East Indians just coming in through the hundreds of thousands into the country? You think she can go to India and tell her family to get rid of their children? How dare you? That's hypocrisy. Fair use.
Candidates. This year, Kamala Harris is fighting to ensure those percentages remain intact as the race grows even more tight with exactly 3 weeks until Election Day.
First post decode.
Oh no, we don't need the rest of that. Now, Elder Lawyer, let's show them what time it is. What's going on? If you may, Elder Lawyer, let's get Jeremiah 30:8. This is what's going on. This is why they're so concerned with how black people are voting. No one is asking how the so-called Latinos are voting. No one asking what's going on with the white man or the white woman. Let me tell you, white people can vote their interest. They can flip-flop to Democrat to Republican without batting an eye and no one says anything. Asian people vote their interest based on the taxation. Every other people can choose either party based on what politically interests them financially. We're the only people they must track and ask questions concerning what side of the fence we stand on. You notice that? Now, it took them a long time, Elder Lawyer, almost 2 to 3 weeks to start saying black people in specific. For the last 4 years, they refused to say black people in the media. They would say people of color, minorities, and you know they were talking about us. See? They were talking about us the whole time and refused to even mention that they were talking directly to us. And only now that our people, they see which way this is going. Folks, this is what freedom looks like. And it has nothing to do with whether or not someone is going to vote Democrat or Republican. The fact that our minds are free to make a choice, that we can say it out loud, with whatever choice we want to make. That's true freedom. If you tell me I have to think one way and I have to vote one way, I'm not free. See? This is what real freedom looks like. Where you can't scare us into making a choice anymore. That's how the Most High frees his people, folks. And that's what the main establishments are afraid of. Read the 8th verse, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Jeremiah 30, verse number 8.
Let me show you what freedom looks like. Read.
For it shall come to pass in that day, saith the Lord of hosts, that I will break his yoke from off his neck, and will burst thy bonds, and strangers shall no more serve themselves of him.
That's what they are concerned about. That strangers shall no more serve themselves of him. The nations have been coming to this country and taking turns annihilating and or decimating God's people, only to send money back to their families while we lay destitute. And the Most High, and guess what the Most High says is, come to pass in that day, I will break the yoke from off the neck of the Hebrews, the Israelites, and will burst thy bonds. That captivity that was not just on our hands, because folks, after the Emancipation Proclamation, slavery didn't change. Only the conditions of slavery changed. The chains went on our minds. And the Most High have broken that off of us now. You can, bad Trump. Oh man, 2025. Listen, after what we went through, let 2025 happen. I have read 2025. And guess what? I showed it in the academy, some parts of it as far as some of the titles of 2025. And let me tell you, I'm going to tell you why they are afraid of 2025. Because what? The Heritage Foundation has advised the Trump administration to take all of that minority money off of LGBTQ and give it back to the people of civil rights. Do y'all know that? That there's a family portion where the finances that would go there will go towards traditional family and or traditional family values from whence America was actually built off of. So you can't talk about a family outside of man, woman, and child, because they're suffering what? They are suffering low birth rates. And even though abortion and LGBTQ disproportionately affects our people, a lot of white women are getting rid of their children, and that is affecting the birth rates of white people. Okay? That is affecting the birth rates of white people. So the Heritage Foundation they're not trying to find no new money. They know the money towards family is already there, but the word family have been redefined under LGBTQ. What they're doing is going back to traditional family and reallocating that money to those who were seeking to have their bloodlines continue and not get thwarted through LGBTQ and or aborting their children. That's why the other Democrats and others are stating, well, hold up, they are a threat to democracy, because the levels of power will be taken from those they gave it to. See? The levers of power will be taken from those they gave it to, because a lot of the money in our inner cities are controlled or allocated through LGBTQ people in position. That's what they're not telling you. That they're going to more so seek to embolden the traditional family. And if someone wants to deal with the lifestyle, if someone would like to deal with the lifestyle, they can still deal with the same lifestyle they used to deal with, but that have nothing to do with the policies for family. Did y'all know that, folks? A matter of fact, hold on. Okay, Lawya be in a moment. Let me pull that up. Let me pull it up real quick. I'm going to pull that up for you all real quick, folks. 2025, oh my God, they're going to put us back in slavery. Folks, I dare anyone to try to put us back in slavery. Who Who is dumb enough to believe that they're going to try to do something like that? Oh no, 2025, we're going back in chains. And guess what? The majority of our people who are talking about 2025, let me tell you, they haven't even read it. They haven't even read it. Now, I don't believe the Democrats will allow the next thing to be implemented because it'll throw off the New World Order's plans leading towards 2030. So I really don't believe they're going to be able to accomplish it. I don't know what they're going to do to thwart it. But let me tell you, let me show you all this real quick. It's not what they're telling you. I showed Getting That Academy, folks. We got a new one coming. We got a new one coming November 10th. You want to be there. Folks, I need y'all to see this. Right? Real quick. Okay, Lawya is resetting his computer. Listen, I need y'all to see this, folks. This is about a 1,000-page document. I don't know if y'all willing to go look through it, but what I'm going to do so that you can't, so y'all can't allow these people to lie to you all. Not that I'm for it, not that I'm for Trump, but I believe everything. A lot of what's in Project 2025, closing the borders, from making sure people go through the proper process so that they don't saturate the job market, and have houses go to the citizens that are here, and especially those of our people who built the country. Okay? I agree with all that. I agree with what? Having the abortion thing get allocated to the states. Therefore, the federal funding, billions upon billions of dollars that go to Planned Parenthood, would be cut. Who don't want that? Give that money to our people instead of Planned Parenthood. Who don't want that? Huh? So they are afraid that all of these liberal institutions like Planned Parenthood, that's actually led by these bureaucrats, they are afraid all that money that goes into it will be totally taken away. And that's what they are afraid of, folks. It's about the funding of all of these different social programs. Right? They go Project 2025 in your chat. So what are they so afraid of, folks? Let me show you. Let me show you here real quick. Now, check out some of these organizations that will replace a lot of these institutions they have in place right now. Right? Now, Center for Immigration Studies. Now, in this, they study all the people that came in here through immigration. If they're illegal, they have to go back and go through the proper process like it takes to go into their country, right? Concerned Women for America. This is all family-based. Now, there's one thing I want to show y'all something here. Real quick. Let me show y'all this. Let me show y'all this. fiscal responsibility to reduce the payments on the debt, Treasury should look into current relatively low interest rates by issuing duration bonds. So that means lower interest rates to buy a house. You notice that the interest rates shot up right after Biden and Kamala got into office, but yet they're giving housing to the illegals, and it's at the same time discouraging those who were born here from actually being able to buy one. And even consider creating a 50-year Treasury bill. Most of the federal debt rolls over of average about every 3 to 4 years. But interest rates, even with the latest Federal Reserve rate increase, are still below the 5% historical average. Treasury would thus save taxpayers money during the next several decades by issuing fewer short-term notes that will probably have to be rolled over at higher rates in the future. To promote transparency of finances, each year Americans should receive a financial statement of the United States government alerting citizens of the revenues. That means telling American citizens what's exactly in the Treasury so you'll understand what's really going on instead of money being sent all over the place. You'll know where your money's going. Expenditures, deficit, and debt for the preceding fiscal year. Now, did y'all know that he's going to audit the government and send American citizens an up-to-date Treasury report so you'll know where your taxes are going. And you'll know whether or not it's going to illegals. The statement should also include the individual families' pro rata share of the debt based on family size. And in this, folks, there's an incentive for those who have families. So instead of discouraging people not to have children, guess what? If you're willing to deal with a traditional family in marriage, the government will actually incentivize you to keep your marriage together. Now, you think the Democrats want that? Huh? Uh-huh. Hold on, let me bring Lawya back in. Let me bring Lawya back in. Did y'all know that, folks? Oh, I just got a new, I warned everybody about giving their DNA to these genetic places, 23andMe and others. I told people, be careful of why they're taking your DNA. I got another report. Just came in, one moment. Now check this out. One other thing, there's bullet points for each thing within the Project 2025 Advisory Board, right? In particular, there's a Center for Family and Human Rights. Well, folks, in the family and human rights, when it comes to adoptions and looking out for children, well, you must be a family according to the traditional sense to adopt children. You can't just have anybody rolling willy-nilly based on their lifestyle to go get a child. Who don't want that? Think about that. Back when I was coming up, a child adoption can only be given to a family that had traditional values, respectfully, if they had what? A religious church background. These people were the highest candidates to adopt children. Who don't want that? And they tell them, like, oh, Trump is going to put y'all back in slavery. No, Trump is going to take the money from those who were put in position under Barack Obama, where all the money siphoned through our community, through these organizations that have undermined us using our people to do it, that he would take all these people out of position and say, well, no, the sexuality thing, that's off the table. We're dealing with family, and if you belong to a family, you get allocations regardless of what you're thinking about with your personal bedroom activity. Your personal bedroom activity has no place in politics. And folks, it's right there in Project 2025. That's why they're saying it's a threat to democracy, because all of them would have to give up their positions that they've been given to become our taskmasters in the community, using the letter people as a buffer to undermine true civil rights. Huh? See, and what's going on is the Most High is breaking the yoke off of the people now. They can no longer, we're free thinkers, and guess what? It's the Most High who have freed our minds. Because if we continue in the downward trajectory that these parties have left us, folks, there'll be none of us left. There'll be none of our people left if we continue down this downward spiral following their satanic politics. So it was our people who put the Democrats on notice. You can't say that our people is the foundation, the highest and greatest voting block to why any of you have jobs as politicians, but yet prioritize our people last. That's crazy. That's insane, and we're not going for it no more. Our sisters on the street, panhandling, selling their bodies to survive, homeless. And we're saying no more. I want to show this real quick before I open up the lines. Did you give your DNA to 23andMe? I told people, do not give your DNA. These people, when you send your DNA to try to find your genealogy, it comes back. You're more confused with what comes back. You have more questions than answers. And the only reason they started doing this DNA tracking your family line thing was they were targeting our people who were predominantly finding out that we were from the children of Israel. What people is looking to find their roots? The lost tribes of Israel. So they thought that they would actually, make money off of not telling us the truth. You didn't have to send your DNA anywhere. I could have told you were from the children of Israel. Did you give your DNA to 23andMe? Here's why you might regret it soon. Amid financial challenges, DNA testing company 23andMe is reportedly exploring a potential sale, which could place the genetic data of over 15 million customers in the hands of new ownership. Folks, didn't I tell you that years ago, DARPA, I was talking about this in the early 2000s, folks. That DARPA put out there that there are genetic specific weapons that can be made if they can have people's voluntarily private DNA. The Most High have made each individual on earth so unique that there's no two people alike, even if they're twins. So it's so specific how the Most High wrote the code of DNA into each individual that if you're going to take out a person through bioweapons, it must be DNA specific. It must match 100%. Somebody can get your DNA and now can create a bioweapon that something is in a room, and guess what? It won't even harm the people in the room, but the one person will stand there and drop dead. You know what? They actually showed that in one of the 007 movies. One of the latest 007 movies where that guy got killed, 007. That they can put something in a room. It can spray in the room through your vents and all that. And only the person that's DNA specific would actually drop dead, and everyone else would just go about their life. I told people years ago, you don't know who you're sending your stuff off to. As far as they're concerned, they can take your stuff and throw some stuff up against a wall and say, with some numbers and with some names, and say, yeah, this is where you from. You don't know where they getting that data from. They just sending you anything. But what's important is the private DNA you've given them. How can you trust what they're going to do with it? Man, we in here nice tonight, folks. Man, almost 3,000 people. Oh man, y'all doing so wonderful. Let me see if Elder Lawya is still with us. He's back up. Let me bring him back in. Oh yeah, brothers and sisters. They know they're in trouble. You back, Elder Lawya?
I'm back, yep.
Oh yeah, I'm about to open up the lines. Elder, they know that they are in trouble. Because our people, guess what? We are the main voting bloc. If we decide to walk away, this whole thing gets exposed.
That's right.
But you would think that, well, okay, we know we need them. Why can't we just stop talking to them and give them what they're owed? You notice he's trying to talk around reparations. She lied and claimed, oh yeah, Kamala, she lied, Elder Lawya, and claimed, oh yeah, soon as I get in, we can study reparations. Well, did you study with the money you sent to the Ukraine? What study was that?
Exactly.
So when they say they're studying reparations, that's a slap in the face. Okay? I told everybody years ago that HR 40 garbage. If they're going to give you something, they don't have to study. They didn't study the hate crime bill and the millions of dollars they gave the Asians right after Biden and Kamala was put into office. They didn't study that. Oh yeah, we're going to study reparations. Nah. Okay, when someone say they're going to study something while giving what belongs to you to everyone else, they hate you. Okay? Let me translate it for you. They hate you. You don't study nothing. Who built the country? 515-605-9327. Elder Lawya, you're about to open up the lines. But yes, the Most High is breaking the yoke off of the children of Israel, and that's what you're witnessing.
That's right.
You can't scare us with 2025. We went through chattel slavery and survived. What is 2025 going to do? If anything, the people that Obama and others put in the White House controlling the purse strings that belongs to us, if anything, that money is going to be taken away from them under Project 2025, and that is what they fear. Another thing they fear, Elder Lawya, is what? Political revenge. And guess what? We have nothing to do with that. That's between you and Trump. They're afraid he's going to get in position, and all of these people who made these bogus charges against him and who was coming against him for over 4 years, they are afraid that he's going to use his office for political revenge. And you know what? We have nothing to do with that. That's infighting. Okay? We have nothing to do with that. That's between y'all. I just got a text from Elder Rawchaa. Don't forget, after my Patreon, we're going to parlay you over to Rumble for Leaving Babylon, coming out of Babylon, headed up by Elder Rawchaa. End-day prophecy broken down like you would never understand with real-time news. Make sure after you leave our Patreon, I'm going to hand y'all over to Rawchaa, and he's going to take it from there. Right? So, yeah, Elder, out of nowhere, Blog Talk so happens not to be working today.
Yeah, how convenient, right?
Isn't that convenient? Right? But you know what? It's all right. Let's see what our people have to say. Right? I'll put up the Zoom open for those who would normally come in through Blog Talk. Make sure that your audio, your microphone is unmuted while coming in. When it asks, use this audio device, use this audio for this device, hit yes and come in unmuted so that you can talk about what's going on now. Our people who aren't, the majority of our people have awakened, especially the black men, and you know what? You are to be congratulated. Okay? None of these politicians have our interests at heart, and they've been using your vote, your spirit, your prayer to get in position to get access. Let me tell you, Barack Obama is probably almost a billionaire now. He didn't have that money before becoming president. That's how powerful our spirit was behind him getting in position. They get something for those positions and leave you what? Bone dry, out on the streets with nothing. Okay? And here it is, they didn't appreciate you putting them in position. And then they slight you by conspiring against you in the position our people put them in. Ungrateful. So now, I love the way the Most High is doing this. Saying no. That's why the Bible stated, for it shall come to pass in that day, Jeremiah 30:8, saith the Lord of hosts, that I will break his yoke from off thy neck. He will, that's right, that means the white man, the Esau, is losing his power over us. And will burst thy bonds, and strangers shall no more serve themselves of him. We don't need these white liberals over programs in our neighborhoods anymore, where all that money's being allocated to them to destroy us in our communities while they go back to the suburbs. We ain't going for it no more. Teaching all types of crazed ideology within our schools. Radicalizing our children, getting our children on all types of psych stuff and all that, radicalizing them through activism. And the only thing our children want to do is go to school and learn. And here it is, you're destroying their brains in these schools. Now you go teach your children that garbage. But they shall serve the Lord their God, and David, which we know is the throne of David, Christ, their king, whom I will raise up unto them. So Christ, brothers and sisters, are separating us from the strangers. And the only protection we have is under his hedge, because they have radicalized and or incentivized the strangers to to destroy what's left of Jacob. We must come together or be destroyed by the usurpers. We are all we have, and Christ is all we have. All right. Again, Hebrew and Bible Academy coming November 10th. Be there or be square. November 10th. The fall of the last empire. Let's get it here. The fall of the last empire. If you like that teaching we did years ago, from Babylon, Rome, to America, you don't want to miss this particular lesson. We're living in the end of the daughter of Babylon, the last empire. What happens next? Well, that and more will be unfolded in the next academy. It starts November 10th. Be there or be square. This academy will be none like any other we've had before it. Is World War III impending? How will this impact all of us? What will America look like after the bombs hit? How will we escape, even in the midst of World War III? You know that's in the Bible, right? The path to the mark, the final path to the mark, we're going to redo that lesson. The return of the hidden gods, the fall of America, the fall of the last empire. We are accepting enrollments up till Friday, November 8th. And again, it's quite cheap. It supports the work. $150 per person. If you want to pay that all and just get it out of the way, you can do it. Or you can do the first month $75, the second month $75, and then after that, you're good to go in 2 installments. With that, go to historytimes.org. You get the news, the lessons, and the Hebrew. Go there to enroll. historytimes.org. We'll be right back and take a few Zooms. What say you concerning what we've discussed today? Are our people still deluded on the plantation? Or have the people you've seen in the communities, have they actually woken up? Well, I need to know what's going on. Are our people waking up from their delusion, which is the Democrat Satanic Party? Well, I would like to know. I'll be right back with the Zoom. One moment. historytimes.org. We'll be right back.
The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book. And the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited.
Okay, we're right back. Hebrew and Bible Academy. You are invited. So let's jump right in. See how many people we have waiting on Zoom. All right. See, hopefully this thing work right here. Zoom. All right. Oh, there go the participants there. All right. Let's see. Audio settings. Check. All right, we good. All right, I'm trying to see if anybody would come in, but I don't see anyone. So for those who would like to come into Zoom, hold on. Let me paste this again. Copy. Paste. All right, there go the Zoom. Copy the link. For those who would like to come in. Now, of course, we still got a few of our people. We're going to have the stragglers out there who just aren't informed. And there's nothing we can do about those, but it's good to see the majority of our people, especially the men, waking up. Why? Because the men have to lead the charge. Long gone are the days in which we're following our women in these communities. It ain't gonna happen. Okay? Those days are finished. All right, let's see. All right. I'll put the link there for those who would like to be a part of this. Check 1, 2. All right. I'm ready for you all to come in. For those who would like to be a part of the Zoom. If you're having issues coming in, let us know. I would need to know, ask, what your opinions are on what we've discussed so far. All right. Someone says, I wish I can say that there's at least one person that's woke. Well, that's a shame. Someone sent me something. What is this? Hold on.
They're going to work you all day. They're going to work you.
Hold on. What is this?
Actually on this app that every parent needs to know about. It's called Likey. It's like the pedophile version of Instagram. It is out of some country like Singapore.
Oh, they said there's a pedophile thing called Likey out there, like Instagram, but it's for grown people seeking underage children, and they say it's out of Singapore. So watch out that your children don't get on the phones and get this app called Likey. All right. And I'm going to tell you, a lot of these things, a lot of these sick people, they do it out of these other countries to make you believe it's Chinese people behind it. But it's really the same type of, predators that are here from America that could be white and all that, make you believe it's Asian people. But they can do things in these other Asian countries and set it up that they can't do in the United States, but we find that nonsense here before it's over. Same as fentanyl. Okay? People are not allowed to make that crap in the United States, but there's lenient laws in China and others, and somehow it finds itself right where we live. Who believes that that's a coincidence? We have Pastor Wilmer. Pastor Wilmer. Please, Pastor, please make sure that your audio is on, okay? Pastor Wilmer, your audio and video, is it on? Please unmute, sir. Pastor Wilmer. Sir, can you hear me? Hey, my volume is working, Pastor Wilmer. So what's going on here? Pastor Wilmer, I keep saying it. This is bad for broadcasting. If you hear me, I need you to say you hear me, or I have to go to the next person. Now, okay. Unfortunately, I have to go to the next person because my volume is working fine. So. All right. I'm going to go through these real quick and then we'll digress into the night, right? I'm going to go. I have a few people waiting in Zoom, and it really does bad for broadcasting when you come in and your technical side isn't set correctly, folks. All right? I'm going to try a few more. If I don't hear volumes, I'm going to have to just hold this until this coming Friday. All right. All right, let's see what we can do here. All right, let's go through the rest of them. Let's go through the rest of them. All right, we have Nadiji or Nadij. Hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Najij? I don't understand, folks. We asked you to come in, and no, you're not even in front of the screen. All right. All right, next person. Lion of Judah. Lion of Judah, please make sure your camera and audio is on. Can you hear me, Lion of Judah? Can you hear me, Lion of Judah? Okay, let me see, make sure the audio settings are working. All right, say something now, Lion of Judah. All right, let's do this. I'm gonna send out a brand new link. Showing a brand new link. All right. Here's a brand new link for you all. All right. I'm sorry, Line, but it may be on my side. For those who were seeking to do Zoom, there's the new link. We'll try it once more. It seems as if we're dealing with some technical issues, not just on Blog Talk, right? But it's okay. I know you had something to say, so we'll take a few minutes and allow you to enter in and just talk about what you want to talk about here. All right. Okay, Christopher, how are you? Do me a favor, turn off the YouTube.
Oh, no, my bad. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Mute the YouTube for me. Okay, we're working. How you doing?
Yeah, can you?
I can hear you,
right?
Chris. Yeah, where you from?
Okay. I'm from the Island Coastal, Elder. I don't know if you remember in the last broadcast for the Academy.
Okay, 1 second. Let me pull you in. Ah, yeah, we got you. Okay, great. All right, go ahead. I'm listening to you.
Okay, Elder. First of all, I'm glad you brought this lesson because I remember months ago, I saw a video. There was a sister, she's a YouTuber, and an East Indian called her. And basically, she was saying to her what doing political in America, how to brought the Indians in the America. And she was saying that they was making a plan against the blacks in America. And she said, so what? Are you serious? And she said, yes.
Okay, hold, brother, you are unfolding a lot of key information that I'm going to need you to slow down with.
Okay.
Because, where are you from? You're from the West Indies? Where are you from?
Yes, I'm from the West Indies. It's a Dutch island.
Okay.
I don't know you heard about it?
Yeah, you have a strong accent. That's why I need you to slow down so that people in America can understand what you're saying.
Okay, I apologize.
Oh, you don't got to apologize. Now, are you talking about Kamala in particular?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now who was she talking to when she said this?
So she was saying the political was making deals with the other nations so they can go against the blacks in America.
How did you know this? Okay, hold up. You that in of itself, that they were planning to go against the blacks in America. Under what type of conversation, and who are the political players involved? And when did you hear this, that they were making a plan to go against America? The black Americans. How long ago was this?
I saw it a month ago. It was on YouTube. And I think she was on teenage because right when she was saying, they would say the plan, you can hear the mother like, no, shut up, don't say it, don't say it. So basically the mother was trying to stop it, don't say the plan, what we're going to do. And of course the daughter say, I don't care, I'm going to tell what they're doing. And she was saying to, he also mentioned the names, like Ben Shapiro and all the, I don't know if I can mention in this platform, but she was on a lot of names on that sister, and she was saying how we're going to make a plan against the blacks in America, especially the Indians.
And especially who?
The East Indians. The
East Indians. So what you're saying is, what they're saying behind closed doors got out through there was a hot mic that got out. That they were conspiring, and this whole plan of immigration is to attack and go against the black people. That's their whole plan.
Yes, sir.
Is there something?
And she mentioned a lot of names. Maybe I cannot mention this platform, but she mentioned a lot of names. And that video, I just sent it for the Deacon of Born Levi Experience. I don't know if you just see it. Maybe it can send it to you, so you can also see it for your own eyes.
Well, do me a favor, because it's on par of everything we're saying. A lot of our people don't understand the danger we're in with these immigrants. And let me tell you, a lot of people are going against. Go ahead, I'm listening.
I'm sorry. And she also mentioned something. I was like, whoa. She also said to the sister, and she know who are the God's people are, and the sister say no. The Eastern told her, you are the God's people, and they want to eradicate you before Christ came here. That's what the East Indians say.
The East Indians said that they know we're God's people here in America, the blacks, and they're trying to get rid of us. They're trying to get rid of us before the coming of Christ.
Yes, sir.
Man, can you send me that link? Send that to Gathering as One, the number 1 at AOL.com. I need to hear this.
Okay, I need to find a video, and I'm going to send it. I need the link.
Thank you, brothers. And you know what? What you're saying makes perfect sense. Thank you, brother. Please send that to me.
Before I go, Elder, sisters, if you hear this, you better seek a man and find a church, and especially a man who believes in God, because they also say they want to put, especially our own brothers, the Venezuelan brothers or Mexican, against the blacks. That's the East Indians was giving information for the system.
Brother, everything you got, Gathering as One, the number 1 at AOL.com. I need to see that tonight, okay?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Salute, sir.
Salute to you. You can let yourself out. So he said that it was caught on a hot mic that certain politicians, and he said Kamala was a part of the conversation. I don't know. I'll see when I see the email where they said that they are intentionally letting immigrants in to destroy the blacks because they know the blacks are the chosen people of God, and they need to get rid of us before Christ returns. I need to see that, all right? But if so, it makes sense. Bringing these foreigners, especially people, don't forget, this person is one heartbeat away from being president without anyone voting for her, and she has no association with our people at all. So, and they named some names of Zionists who put her up. So she's really the face to attack us and her people, but there's Zionists who are behind it, according to what the brother just said. So, listen, I will be following up on this. And once I hear it, and I see that it's outright true, no AI or nothing else, I'm going to report on this real time when I receive it. A Lion Judah. Lion of Judah. How you doing, Judah?
Brother, you live?
Yes, I'm here. Do me a favor, mute YouTube.
I definitely have to because we're not even synchronized with time. Give me 1 second, please. I'm sorry.
Take your time.
Yeah. One remote. Okay. Yes, sir.
Your
man,
name,
brother.
Your name and location.
Oh, North Carolina.
Your name?
Currently. Yes, sir. Lima, Judah. That's my handle.
Okay, talk to me. What say you?
Brother, I'm glad to see my brothers and sisters finally opening their eyes to see the true enemies and the hand of the enemy at play. You know, that's what's most important. The fact that we can see the hand of the enemy at play, and it's not just everybody riding on each other's coattail. We're finally opening our eyes and being conscious. It's a beautiful thing. For so long, man, we just been following this Democratic plantation, going along to get along, man, and it's gotten us nowhere, absolutely. But the fact that now that we're finally moving at God's tempo, you know, we're not just going along for the get along gang anymore. I've been in different schools of thought when it comes to religion, and I've always seen that it's always a bunch of people that tell us, excuse me, while I continue to kill you.
Good point.
And this is what's been going on. The black church, they eliminated the voice of the black church to give powers to the LGBT community through way of the educational system. So we can't even trust the schools anymore. You know, so we have to rely on our own spiritual thoughts and our own mindsets, and what's best for us. You know, what does abortion get us? Nothing and nowhere. It reduces our numbers. You know, what does the ban of the Second Amendment right to bear arms? What does that get us when we need to protect ourselves? The LGBT thing, that weakens us in so many different ways, man, you know, and we continue to vote for that as a community, and I'm glad to see that we're putting a stop to that. You know, it brings joy to my heart. When I was young, I was brought up in the church. I remember going to a Democratic convention down in South Georgia. I believe it was in Brunswick, Georgia, right on the outside of Joker Island. And during this rally, I remember this one Democratic senator from Georgia that came up and he was talking about the 94 crime bill. And this was 1992, 1993. I was about a junior high school. And in this crime bill, he was telling all the black people, because we weren't the only people that were there. It was different church congregations there, but we did have the strongest youth population. And at the same time, this senator was telling our grandmothers, oh, get ready to watch your grandsons go away to prison. They're going to be hooked on crack. They're going to destroy the community. Now, that wasn't going on at the time, but I watched it evolve. But they set us up, man. They set us up in so many different ways, and God allowed me to see things, man. And he's taken a lot of my fears, man, and he's calmed me.
That's
you know,
good.
He's comforted me.
That's
so
good.
I know it's the Holy Spirit at work. But I just want people to know that no matter which way the vote go, it's still in God's hands. And no matter what playbook they pull out, they ain't never got a strategy that can beat his, man.
Hey, right on point, brother. I really appreciate you, brother. Thanks.
I appreciate you more than anything, man, because I couldn't hear this voice 10 years ago. I couldn't find this energy 10 years ago. I thought I was alone.
Oh, no.
You know?
We're not alone.
I thought I was the whisper in the wind.
Oh, no. He's gathering the elect to the elect, my brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, Shalom. Great,
Shalom, brother.
Great points. I really appreciate that. Oh, yeah, and we're still in the booking phases of things, but especially after the tornadoes that went through Florida and all these others, it seems as if it be the Most High's will, brothers and sisters, the next Passover will be in Florida near Orlando. I pray. I'm talking about, we were going to Ohio at first, but something just came through. The next Passover could be in sunny Florida near Orlando next year, early next year. So keep your ears, to your devices and, ear to the ground. We'll be landing in Florida for the Passover. I'm gonna tell you, we just have to get all the paperwork together, but I believe that's going to be nice.
Praise the Father for that.
I believe that's going to be nice in Florida. In the midst of the scare that just happened, and we'll be right there. Sunny Florida. Hey, I may take a few days before and after just to relax in that sun a little bit,
Yes, sir.
See the family down there, the Orlando body, all the different bodies there. So it looks like we're going to be in Florida for the Passover. So keep your ears to the ground for that, brothers and sisters. I'm excited. Jada's solitude. Eventually, before we blow this thing, leave this thing away, we're gonna have to do Texas sooner or later too. But right now, it's gonna be Florida. It looks like.
Yes, sir.
Jada, can you please unmute Jada?
Good evening, Elder.
How you doing, Jada? Where you from? City and state.
I'm actually from Florida, so I'm excited if you come down here.
Oh yeah, if it be the Most High's will, we will be there the next academy. I'm talking about the academy. I got academy on the brain. For the Passover.
Okay.
A 2-day event. It's going to be great.
To it.
So tell us what you got.
Yeah, my question was, do you believe it's too good to be true? Like the Project 2025, considering the fact that all the policies that they brought before, the politicians would bring, it never really came to fruition. That is what I wanted to get your opinion on, because it's it sounds nice, but it's are they gonna do it?
It's like this. It's like this, sister. You have to realize how these politicians work, right? Let's roll it out first and foremost, right? These political positions is really about financial allocation for the infrastructure and defense of a country. So it's really about politicians. That's why the special interests spend so much in campaign dollars in hopes that the policy makers will make policy that's, conducive for them to make money, right? So it's really about making money with special interest. You got money allocated for the infrastructure, the building of things in the country, as well as the social programs and defense. So each administration gets in charge of the purse strings. So let's just deal with it, what politics is. It's about who controls the money, right? Right? Then you have what? The judicial branch, the legislative branch, and the executive branch, and they all have a play into who's going to allocate the money through special interests and control the trajectory of the country, right? And that's just politics 101, right? So then also, you have to look at, if one administration comes in, then the other party must minimize their power. And a lot of these particular organizations, they have to get rid of these people and put in their own people who would now be over the purse strings. You understand?
Yeah, I get it.
So I don't think that this has anything to do with them just wanting to do the right thing by black people. You have to realize, hey, say what you want about Trump. He's a rich man. He's a businessman. And he can be petty. He can be pretty petty. Right?
Yes, very.
So, because he's pretty petty, he could get in position with these organizations for family, knowing that it's a benefit for him to keep his businesses afloat, paying less taxes, And he can slight the people who are coming against him by taking that money and reallocating that into things within America itself, family first.
Okay, interesting. So it's about money.
Yeah. So he not only can he protect his own money, he'll also be able to take the money from those who are coming against him with the LGBT party and all that by claiming, I'm putting my money into the family traditional thing, which he need to do because the birth rates are down for white people, right? So it's a benefit, and also it's slighting those that receive the money in all of the social programs under the Democrat machine. Don't look at it. Don't look at it as president in all this. Look at it. Democrats got their own machine that works, that employs so many of their people in power to stay in position. And the Republicans have that too. So somebody have to give up these positions. And now what Trump is going to do, he's going to make sure that if anybody did anything illegal, he's coming after them with the judicial system that was in political position. Expect everything that was done to him to be done back. And that's what they fear. I don't care. I don't care if he go after them. That ain't none of my business. Right. So this is some political infighting. But at the end of the day, I would appreciate what he was doing by trying to stop the finances that's going to Planned Parenthood. Because it's not strictly because of our people who are suffering it more so. He's doing it because many white women are now getting rid of their children and their birth rates are tanking. See?
So, wow. Okay. So, like, is that why you think they tried to assassinate or, I don't know. It's a lot.
There's many things that, I don't know what's politicized, what's theater. I don't know. I'm not into all of that, but I'm more so into knowing that only one can control things at a time, even though they both work against our interest. All in all, I'm looking at what the Most High doing because they're so infighting with one another, they don't even realize that they're tearing away at what kept America great with them working together against us. So when the Bible states a nation divided against itself cannot stand, when you have two parties that straight hate one another, we can understand what the fall of Babylon looks like because they can't get on code with anything. So in actuality, it benefits us because as they fall, the Most High is using the Holy Spirit and the angels in the awakening so that we can take precedent and get ready to rule upon the coming of Christ. So again, what I like to do though is show with each stage of this fall leading to Israel, the geopolitical, I would say, the geopolitical outlook prophetically of what's happening with the whole world and us in play. And that's why with each administration, each week, I talk about this because it says something about how the Most High is waking us up through all of it. Even the infighting.
Yes.
Right?
Okay.
The Democrats are caught between a rock and a hard place. Here's a rock and a hard place. We're actually asking for tangibles like they've given every other people. And they know that we are their majority voting base.
Right. But it's deeper. It's a spiritual thing. That's why it's kind of like,
I love this rock and a hard place they're in. They can try to ignore, just like, I would say, for instance, this is like Obama coming out, even though he never represented us. Him coming out claiming that, hey, they can't, it's misogyny and they don't want a black woman. See, this is them.
They don't care.
I'm just saying, sister, they know that's not it.
Right.
What they're doing is putting something out in the air only to ignore the real concerns of why our people are saying no to the Democrats anymore. The reality is we're all on code together. It doesn't matter what demographic, what we believe. It doesn't matter whether or not we believe in the Bible or not. All together, our people are saying reparations.
Yeah, and that's kind of, okay. That's kind of getting them stuck.
Listen, they can't ignore that. That's the only thing that matters. Because if they do what's right that way, we don't have to depend on them for anything else.
Right.
We don't need them to spoon feed us with education. We don't need no grants. We don't need no housing vouchers. No, give us our money. We buy our own houses.
Yeah, I wanted to ask because I understand. Yeah, I understand. Like, this is, at the end of the day, temporarily the devil's playground. So that's why I was like, if it's about money, I mean, they're giving all the money to the migrants. So eventually we know it's going to be digital. So that's why I'm like, it's a spiritual thing. They just want to get us. It's going to have to happen. The mark of the beast is going to have to happen to test us. Yeah. But it's just like, yeah, it's juicy. It's interesting.
I'm going to tell you, is this dynamic, is this fall of Babylon and the rise of Israel, is this not epic, sister? This is epic. It's exciting too, right? Because you would expect one to be all afraid. Oh my God, the end of the world, what's going on? Listen, if you got faith and understand what's next, guess what? Get your popcorn ready. we getting through this.
Exactly.
And it's nothing, listen, it's nothing like seeing two parties that were constructed to keep us on the bottom fighting each other to the part of non-existent. Even the fact that you got to bring in foreigners that will undermine the country just to keep Israel down shows you how far they're losing.
It's crazy.
They're willing to listen. They're willing to compromise the integrity of the whole country to keep us down, even with foreigners, knowing that it may destroy America. That's how deluded and crazy they've become. But hey, it's okay.
But the devil got them that far. That's their father. Delusion is his middle name. Like,
that's what happens when you lay down with the devil. He's the author of confusion. So hey, guess what? The insane are running the asylum. Okay, and the only man that would actually vote for them is guys along the lines of Saucy Santana. Let me put it right there. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you so much.
All right. You got to be a little spicy to have go that way. All right. You can let that. You can let that out. You can let yourself out. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you seen my man Van Jones.
Yeah, I saw him, yeah.
He came out with his, you know what I mean? He said, this time at this place, you know, this is what black men wanted. You know, it was love. And they needed a Kamala. They needed he says, and that's what they needed. They needed not a Kamala, but a Kamama. She embraced the black man. And it was, man, I got to get this. I'm like, here's the guys. These are the guys that will vote Democrat. Okay. Right. You got to be totally on the soft side of things. Here it is. Van Jones talks about love. There it is.
Right. And while you're pulling it up, just two quick points on what you were just bringing out. First on Project 2025, but also on the point that really we have to thank the Most High, because in many of these instances, especially the one we're talking about today, I'm going to use Obama as an example. The Most High have had grace on us to allow us to be ahead of the curve on a lot of things. But before I touch on that, just dealing with the Project 2025 thing, what we have to remember is that Project 2025 is being presented by what is called a think tank.
Exactly.
So this is not, it's not whether this will be implemented if Trump is in office or not. This is just a think tank saying that if Trump is elected, this is what we would want him to implement. But it doesn't necessarily mean that this is something that's going to be implemented, because this is not Trump's plan. I know they associate it with him, but this is not his plan. It's a part of a think tank, or
Even let me tell you, every party has a think tank.
Right.
It doesn't mean that these are policies that will be implemented, but you have a think tank to sit down and they give suggestions according to this think tank on where they think America should go. It's more so an advisory council. Right. And even the guy that, believe it or not, that used to be over Project 2025, the one helped construct it, or not constructed, but was a part of the Heritage Foundation, supports Kamala.
Right.
So, right. But let me bring it up real quick. Hold up.
Van Jones.
Hold up. Here it is. Let's talk about the love. Hold on. Let me get the love. Here go your bull. Hold on.
And
here it is. Here it is. Hold on.
And I had one more quick point after you play the video.
And we got.
Okay, what is it, Lawya? Go ahead.
Yeah, the quick point I wanted to bring up is that, again, the Most High have had mercy on us and has allowed this ministry to be ahead of the curve on a lot of things. And I'll use Barack Obama as an example. You remember the time when we used to go to the streets and we would preach about Obama and the hell, for lack of a better term, that he would bring down on our people.
Yeah.
And at that time, that was very unpopular to do, because at that time he was seen as some type of numinous, messianic-like figure, some divine figure, the second coming of Christ almost. And when we were saying these things, it was very unpopular.
Very unpopular. We got all types of pushback, but go on.
Right. And even people who you would think are conscious, or people who present as being conscious and woke and have ideologies that are revolutionary, you're hearing that even they voted for Barack Obama during that particular time period, at a time when just little old Bible thumpers, Bible believers, were ahead of the curve and had enough insight to say that this man has nothing good for our people and that we should not give our support to this man when it was unpopular. But now it seems like people, you know, however long later, how many years later, over a decade or almost 20 years later, are just now catching on to something that we were able to actually have the foresight to see through the Spirit of the Most High when, you know, they were pushing this guy and putting this guy out to the forefront.
Exactly. And you know what, we were willing to go on the record that what was going on with him is a spirit of Antichrist. We went on record. And that was
exactly.
And that was before he was voted in as president.
Right.
Right? All praise be to the Most High. Here go your bull.
I think he's almost all. You got a little bit further to go, guys. I'm sorry.
Kamala, and we got that. We from Kamala, and we got that. We stood on business. We said we wanted to hear something. Everybody else is getting something. What are we going to get? And she came with a love letter of support for our work.
So he's
a lawyer. He said she came with a love letter, man, to the black man.
Yeah.
And then he eventually said, you know what I mean? She's not Kamala, she's Kamama. That's what the black man wanted. The black man was looking for a mama, and she delivered.
Yeah, I think these guys are truly out of touch. Man.
You know what? I think they're purposely gaslighting us, man. You know, behind closed doors, they say, let's roll out Van Jones. And I know they be cracking up before they roll him out. I mean, he can't be serious at this point.
Yeah.
Right? He's the same guy who says, just like your grandfather, just like my grandfather with Biden, you got to take the keys.
Yeah. Yeah, it's getting sickening at this point. But
yeah, Kamala.
What do we expect at this point?
Let me tell you, boy, I wouldn't be surprised if Kamala, because we coming up a couple of weeks before the election, they may need to take drastic measures. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised 1 weekend, it'd be Sexy Red on one side and Meg Thee Stallion on the other, and Kamala coming through the middle on that thing. Don't be surprised. It might be a trio of straight madness. You know what I mean? On the satanic bounce tip. They may pull out anything. Don't be surprised, folks. I hope I'm not putting anything out there, but hey, drastic times calls for drastic measures. All right, so she may have move over, Meg. I'm gonna show you how black we is up in here. So watch out. Who we have next here? We have Jaleisha Bellinger. You know what I mean? They put on some trap music and just show her idea of what a black woman is. Jaleisha Bellinger, please unmute.
Good night, Elder.
Hi, where you from?
I am from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but I reside in Canada, Montreal, Canada.
Okay, I can tell. You seem like you had a slight accent. Kamala was raised up in Canada, right?
Yes, I'm aware. Right here in Montreal.
Montreal, and then she went to an HBCU. That's another thing. They use our colleges to educate all of these people that come from other places, while our people suffering, our sisters suffering here with all types of college debt. And you get these other people come from other places, and it's our people who actually died and was destroyed building this country, left with nothing, while others come and educate themselves in our colleges. Utterly ridiculous. But what say you? The floor is yours.
Elder, I was just calling because I was listening to the live and I was also looking at the comments that were being made, and I realized that there is this small thing that they threw out there, and this call is in absolutely no support of any political party, any political agenda. As I previously mentioned, I reside in Canada.
Okay.
But I noticed when they threw Jamaica out there, they did that with a very wide net just to see what it could catch. Because in the bliss of it, when anyone foreign who is not from the Caribbean think of Jamaica or the Caribbean, they think Bob Marley, they think Buju Banton, they think Usain Bolt, they think Vybz Kartel, people like this who all happen to be black, with the small discrepancy of Bob is not actually full black because his father is a white man. I would like to highlight Kamala garnered a lot of support when it was thrown out there that, oh, her father is Jamaican. Because when you hear Jamaican, you hear black.
Yeah.
So for me, I realized that people would argue that her father is not Jamaican, he's Indian. Yes.
There it is.
He's Indian, but an Indian can be Jamaican. And from my own family, my great...
I have a bone to pick.
Okay.
Why are Ministry of Education?
Hold on.
I have a bone to pick.
Go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead. Sister, go ahead. There's one thing I wanted to show real quick. Are you there?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was wondering if someone else was talking.
No, it was, but it was a video that ended up going by mistake. Go on. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. So from my own family, my great-grandfather, which is my mother's mom's dad, is a full-blown white man, Irish man, third generation Jamaican who migrated to St. Vincent. He is a full-blown white man, but he was Jamaican because his father was Jamaican, his grandfather was Jamaican. So you do not have to be Black to be from Jamaica, the Bahamas, Grenada, Trinidad, and these countries, without knowing, has a great East Indian population because of what we call indentured servitude. They came over after slavery ended as indentured servants, being the first people to be paid. Just like right now, they are replacing Black Americans with these same Indians. That's exactly what they tried to do in the Caribbean.
Oh, so what they played in the Caribbean is the same playbook.
Yes.
And what they did was intentionally deceived us into believing she was Black by throwing Jamaica out there. But let me ask you, have you seen the series that Candace Owens done on the on Kamala's family?
I watched one episode and I think half of the other, but I didn't watch the full series.
No, you gotta see all of those. Man, how far the rabbit hole goes. The fact that she tried to act like she was down with us, and she comes from a rich family. Of course she does. A matter of fact, a rich family who received money through slave labor. She owes the Jamaicans reparations. And as soon as somebody asks her about what's going on with you letting your people through the border, let me tell you right now, I was raised, me and my sister, in a middle-class family. And there was a woman, and I called her auntie. And my auntie, she had the first business. It's like she comes with these straight lies. Why are you ashamed? Nothing is wrong. We're used to politicians coming from rich families, right? But she's trying to seem relatable to what she think Black people are, which is insulting.
Black struggle.
Now let me show you this real quick. Here's something nice for you. Here's a Jamaican for you right here. Maybe she know Kamala. Right? Here's a Jamaican for you right now. Chinese Jamaican teaching history.
Ministry of Education, I have a bone to pick with you. Why are so many Jamaicans ignorant of their own history? Why so much dunce people in my comment section? Oh my God, people, stop it. The Jamaican accent is not an African dialect. The Jamaican accent, like everything associated with modern Jamaican heritage, is in fact the byproduct of the cultural melting pot that our motto embraces. In fact,
you see what they do?
Yeah.
They come in and then they tell the originators, the Maroons and everybody, no, that accent that you're famous for doesn't belong to you.
Yeah.
You hear this?
Yes.
Here go a Jamaican for you right here. And now she's telling the people, the Jamaicans, the accent that people have come to love and accustom themselves to when it comes to the grassroots Benjamites. I mean, I love their accents. And then they get the gall to actually face the people who created a culture, none other, to only claim it doesn't belong to you. Doesn't that sound eerily similar to what Kamala's doing, folks?
Yes.
Let me play it again because we need to hear what the real Jamaicans have to say right here.
Ministry of Education, I have a bone to pick with you. Why are so many Jamaicans ignorant of their own history? Why so much dunce people in my comment section?
She's Chinese,
oh my God, people, stop it. The Jamaican accent is not an African dialect. The Jamaican accent, like everything associated with modern Jamaican heritage, is in fact the byproduct of the cultural melting pot that our motto embraces. In fact, in terms of cadence, it's most similar to an Irish accent.
I've been shook enough now, to be honest, since
Look at that. That's why the Most High said he going to deal with Asia. Because we never seen them. They've copied everything from Esau and undermined us. But we have ignored the culture vulture spirit secretly within these so-called Chinese people. We never seen how they play us close to get certain fashions, take back to China, and now they use these fashions after what? After spying our culture out to see what's trending. We never seen that part of the culture vultures that aren't Amalek or the synagogue of Satan. That's been their secret weapon for years, and that's why I went into that lesson like I did last Sabbath. They're the unseen culture vultures. I'm glad you brought that out, sister, and you would know this real time with your Canadian and Benjamite background. But go ahead, I'll let you end it out.
Because also, unlike a lot of Caribbean people, I would say from personal experience, I unfortunately went to a private school back in my country, and because of that, I was amongst what people would describe as the richer class of people, which it was a lot of Syrians, a lot of Chinese, a lot of Indians, and I had to spend 8 out of my formative years between the age of 5 and 12 amongst these people. I know how they do. I know how they play. I know how they get down. And many people would not understand the game and the benefits that comes with them being accepted blindly by us by claiming, oh no, I'm not like them. I'm from the Caribbean. When in fact, their generational teachings is anti-us, anti-everything that we stand for, that we have built, while simultaneously using these things to get ahead of us.
Yeah.
They are widely accepted by the rest of the world.
And at the same time, sister, they are quietly, without saying anything, they're operating with silent, I would say, resentment for no reason. We've done nothing to these people, and they look down on us when they come amongst us. And guess what? It's not the other nations that really, I would say, prop them up financially to get generational wealth. It's usually them coming amongst us and being accepted by us.
Yep.
So I mean, we're gonna have to really observe and to change all of this. We're gonna really have to re-examine our relationships with these people who don't appreciate what we've done for them. And that's what being a child of Israel is now. Understanding we belong to Christ and Israel, and the fact that we don't owe these people nothing. We have to get out of this mindset that everything else belongs to them and we need to share everything we have when these people come over with contempt, and resentment against our people who've taken care of their families and allowed them to actually aggrandize themselves as merchants within our communities. The more we accept them, the worse it begins, where now they go back and call us stupid and all these others amongst their family in different languages and saying, and then they'll bring other people over to exploit us. Those days are coming to an end, and it starts with how we actually react to what's going on politically with this other woman who's claiming to be us. You have the last word.
Also, Elder, I would like to add how from a very young age, I realized that it doesn't matter where you're from with these people, there will always be some sense of superiority amongst them. Because even though our parents paid the same exact fees, we wore the same exact uniform, they were not paying more, and I was there on a scholarship. My father was in the US, in Louisiana, working hard to send me and my sister to a private education. And I was amongst them, and it's almost as if we were punished for it. in my own country, me being full Black, whose one side of my family is ancestred, chopped sugar cane, tobacco, arrowroot, and all of that, I was punished. It was the worst 8 years of my life. I was punished for being able to afford that privilege of having a private education in my own country.
And what you mean, what was the punishment?
Being bullied, being called the stereotypical names, a monkey, a scrappy-doo, the same playbook that we see here in Canada and America today. It's the exact same thing I experienced years ago.
Let me tell you something, sister. Right? And that's a shame. A lot of people don't understand how these cowards usually try to attack sisters. Right? When sisters are trying to do what's right privately, people wouldn't believe the abuse our sisters go through because they know, right, the sisters don't have the physical power to make things get right. Sister, you know they don't roll with us like that.
Yep.
They would call sisters all that because they cowards. But guess what? They straighten right up. They think, you can see them thinking what they want to say when they are amongst Black men.
Yeah.
And the only thing, and guess what our response is? Even without speaking, just looking. I dare you to say that. But guess what? They don't hold back when it comes to our sisters and embarrassing them and calling them names because they're cowards. They're cowards. It's a shame you had to go through that, sister. But
it's okay.
I'm ashamed. But hey, guess what? Men are standing up now. We coming to the truth. As long as you all are by our side, our wives, our sisters, our family. Hey, now they got to come through men for the sisters who want to be protected. Okay?
Praise be to the Most High.
And that time is here. Thank you, sister.
Thank you, Elder.
All right. Bless you. You can let yourself out. I wish they would. Oh, Keisha Jackson.
And
that time is here. How you doing, Keisha?
Hey, I'm doing good, and you?
I am blessed by the best. What say you? All y'all sisters have no video on. It must be bonnet time, huh?
No, my granddaughter stepped in here, so.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so I was trying to find out. I really wanted to. I'm doing well, Elder. How are you?
I'm doing well. Okay, got the red glasses on. All right.
Yes. So I was trying to get in touch with you guys because I joined up with the I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
You
saying something to me?
No, you can't hear me. I'm speaking to you.
Okay. So I joined up with the Hebrew Bible Academy for November the 10th, and I've been watching you guys for probably like a little over a month, and I'm really interested in joining. And I've reached out. I tried to email and everything, and I really want to get baptized again.
Where you from?
Jonesboro. Well, I reside in Jonesboro, Georgia.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Have you sent an email to GOCC South at yahoo.com?
No, I have not. Can I?
GOCC South.
Okay.
At yahoo.com. Elder Lawya will just give us your name, your location, and phone number. And someone will immediately, I'll have the elder over Florida contact you as soon as possible.
Okay. And then I wanted to talk to you about the voting thing.
Okay, go on. Floor
so, should we vote? Because this year was the first time now. I normally have voted because of the simple fact, to be real honest with you, I was always looking at the fact that our ancestors, had the
try to fight for voting and everything. And so this year was the first time I've ever said that I do not even want to vote.
Okay, let me answer your question. It's not against the law to vote, especially if your tax dollars is going towards what's going on.
Okay.
Right? I don't vote. That's me personally, right?
Right.
But if I was going to make a political statement by voting, just like any other race of people, any other group, gay people aren't going to vote for Democrats. Why? Because the money allocation benefits gays through the Democrats.
Okay.
So gays wouldn't vote for the Democrats if there wasn't an incentive with businesses and all that under a minority that they can get, even as white people, even though white people are a part of the oppressor's class. So the same thing when it comes to immigrants. A lot of these illegals, they have an interest in doing certain votes because they're getting free money that they didn't work for.
Okay.
So if they're not paying reparations and nothing in specific for you and your people, then there's no need in doing it at all. Now, or there's other people on the ballot. You can do a protest vote that you know that ain't going to be for either party, but they'll know you didn't choose them. Okay? So the whole deal is, if you're going to vote, then you have to make it mean something. But definitely don't vote for Democrats. 100%. They had decades to show that they'll do something for our people, and have failed. Okay? So I'll never tell someone all the taxpayers' money that you've paid into this system, right? Even if your vote doesn't count and you sat on your vote and didn't vote at all, even if you registered and they see that you registered but didn't vote, they'll know why you didn't vote. See?
Right.
But listen, after the straight resentment and disrespect and straight destruction they have placed on our people will be a fool to vote for them. Outright. Who vote for the separation of their own families? The illegal replacements.
Yeah.
Of the job that you need to survive for your children. Who votes for them going into your schools trying to transition your sons and daughters into a separate lifestyle outside of our moral codes? Who votes for the deletion of babies and still claim to believe in God and Christ? So anybody that vote for them at this point, after they've shown that they have straight resentment and hatred against us, must be out of their minds. They can't even tell you why they're doing it, other than, well, the other guy. If you have to use Trump and say, well, the other guy, as a reason for someone choosing you, that means you have nothing for me. Okay? Because black people don't vote for the other guy. They vote for Democrats. And why haven't you did anything for the people who've slaved in this country for you? So no more Jedi mind trick pointing to the other guy anymore. The only thing our people are asking for is what you owe them. Unless you're talking about giving our people what the United States of America owe the descendants of slaves, the tribe of Judah, FBA, whatever you want to call it, the freedmen, we have nothing for you. So that's my answer to that, sister.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Last but not least, I think you can let yourself out.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Pastor Wilmer. Last call. One second. Pastor Wilmer?
How are you?
Okay, you had your camera on earlier. Is your camera working?
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Last call. I'm trying. I seen something come in and then it went off.
Yeah, the only thing you got to do, you see it. Oh. There you go. You just clicked it. That's it. Where's your camera? I see you click the camera, but it's not showing your video.
Say that again.
Okay. How you doing, Pastor? How are you?
Blessed. Thank you. Thank you. Blessed by the best. Higher.
Okay. You tell the brothers and sisters your location.
And I said praises to the Most High. You said you're coming to Florida. I'm in Florida. I'm in Melbourne. I'm near about an hour away from Orlando.
Okay. And you say you are a pastor. Are you currently pastor in the church or?
Well, I talked to you before. The Most High sent me out into the highways and the hedges.
Oh, yeah. I spoke with you before. I remember. I got you.
Exactly.
All right. So talk to me. What say you on what the topic is tonight?
You know, I'm glad that we on this topic, you know, because I've spoken to Sunday worshipers, and it's a lot of even the elderly that are tired of the things that the Democratic Party stand for. And a lot of them are saying, why do Christians even support the Democratic Party? Because they're all about, you know, it's all about Satan. It's not, you know, going towards anything. It's not anything that God is representing in the Democratic Party. Mm-hmm. All the things that they're talking about is satanic. You know, the abortions, the homosexuality, you know, bringing the migrants into, you know, hurt God's people. You know, everything that the Democratic Party is about right now is, you know, of the Antichrist. Mm-hmm. You know, and then as the young lady was saying, because, you know, here in Florida, you know, I deal with a lot of Jamaicans, and they are so sold out because Kamala Harris, they talk about she's Jamaican, you know, and I'm like, listen, and I'm telling them, I said, look, but she don't stand for what you go to church, you know, you call yourself a Sabbath keeper, you're supposed to be following the law, statutes, and commandments, the Bible. I said, they push forward. First of all, that's the first thing that they always talk about is woman's rights for an abortion. The Bible said, "Thou shalt not kill." I said, then the homosexuality. You know, hey, God tore up Sodom and Gomorrah for that. I said, what are you representing? I said, and then I said, I know that you not. You know, that your ancestors weren't here in America. I said, but we fought for y'all to be able to come over here.
Yeah.
I said, and now y'all are ready to, you know, tear up all the things that we voted, you know, that we fought for. We fought for the blacks to be able to come out of other countries to America. And it seems like so many of them, you know, like the young man said in the other thing, so many of them are sent here to, you know, like when I was in England, you know, when I spoke to some of the Africans, they say, well, the Black Americans, they're different. I said, what makes us different? I said, we are over there struggling just like you are over here. They say they're nasty. They don't work. I told them, I said, look, I'm an entrepreneur. I work for myself.
Let's slow that down because we have to address that. And I'm glad that's coming to the forefront to why our people cannot truly advance. You know what? It's the spirit of tribalism.
Exactly.
Where Africans can't even get along with one another is to why, even though them being the majority, they've been defeated and colonized on predominantly their own country.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a mindset. Even though what have been done to us, being given to the white man to be enslaved, we have never looked down upon the Africans as anything else but our brothers and sisters, and admired, and actually, believe it or not, fantasized to some degree, Africa as if it was Wakanda.
Exactly.
And it's deep that they have this negative perception in their mind about us being lazy, when if it wasn't for us dying and fighting in the civil rights against injustice as the minority in the United States, they would not even have an opportunity to benefit from the America we see today. And what I call that is ungrateful.
Mm-hmm.
That's ungrateful. To look at one aspect, which is the subbelly of our people here in America, and paint us with a broad breast because Amalek, the synagogue of Satan, only promote the subbelly of our community throughout the world. And it's a shame that our people believe that. Suppose we believe the Africans were all being taken care of by a white woman by the name of Sally Struthers with a bowl of rice, a big belly, and flies all over you. That's the only portrayal or image they had of Africans in America for a long time.
Exactly.
But but listen, we knew better. We weren't going to go with that perception of our own brothers. We was like, hold up, that's straight racist that you show white people always doing good, and every time you show an African, it's about sending 30 cents a day to Sally Struthers because Africans are starving in Africa with flies over them. Suppose we believe that. And you know what? That's a part of our people. That's a specific people mindset of our people in Africa we're going to have to deal with. Because this is why Africans, our brothers over there, can't get on code with one another to actually get rid of the minority that have been that have been colonizing them. And they're the majority. And we were able to accomplish so much against the enemy as the vast minority here being thrown away as slaves. It's that tribalism, and always seek to look at your brother as less than. Well, God is cutting that out. And we're calling that out. Either you're going to be down with us or you with the enemy. If you're going to go through their perceptions and believe what the enemy have plastered in your mind to believe about the brothers who've always did what? Support you. We've always supported Africa. We've always glorified Africa because that's our only connection we thought we had to our ancestry. So we're going to have to start checking that. And I'm going to tell you, Africans going to have to start checking that with other Africans.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you that right now because this ain't the first time I heard that.
Yes, and it's not just the Africans, because I had a Haitian friend, and I remember one time we went down to Fort Lauderdale to the flea market, and because I spoke a little
Patois.
Creole.
I
spoke a little Creole to him. The Spanish guy thought I was Creole at first, and he was talking about yes, and talking to my buddy and stuff, because he was talking to him. He said, and I was asking him about some of the clothes. He told me, nah, man, we work hard. We ain't like, we come here, we got to work hard. We ain't like these Black Americans here, The Black Americans, they lazy. I said, excuse me? He said, yeah.
Hold up, brother. Let me show you how lazy a people we are. We're so lazy, we fought in every war. We laid all of the tracks that the railroads, that the railways roll on. The chain gang. We literally built Wall Street with our hands. when the Dutch came over.
Empire State Building, the monument.
Not just the White House. Benjamin Banneker designed the whole Washington, D.C. The whole outline you see today was designed by a black man. We discovered electricity. We discovered the patents for the telephone. So let me tell you, someone must be out of their minds to come to a country that they had nothing to do with building, to say that the builders are lazy. You know what? I wish somebody would say that to me so I can laugh in their face.
Man, look.
All right? Because let me tell you, the freedom you have to stand in the United States to call my people lazy is through the death of people like Nat Turner, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and people have fought to get our people next to us, thinking that you were going to add to our numbers against the enemy. The gall to think that you're better when your opportunity is only because of us.
Exactly.
And the hubris you're walking with, you can't even use that where you came from. Where is your gratitude? I wish someone would call our people lazy in a country our people built after getting thrown away by our own. And see, that's because they believe the enemy.
Yeah, there you go.
If anything, you should draw strength from what you see with Judah, who's willing to go all the way to the wall to defeat the enemy, even the minority as a minority. You should draw from that strength and use it as the majority to get right in the country that have oppressed you. See, that's what it is. The whole thing is, and I'm gonna show you why that strength Christ have given us in Babylon is so strong, being from the tribe of Israel, Judah. Because we were brought here against our will into America, we have no place to go. Exactly. See, other people can actually flee the oppression or leave the oppression of where they come from to have a better life here after we fought for it. See? And that alone should come with some level of at least respect. And I'll keep it there.
Yes. Like I was saying, the Haitian guy, man, I was upset for a minute. I had the Most High had to calm me down. My little friend said, because I went over there, I said, I let him know I'm an American. He told me, no, you ain't, man. I hear you speaking Creole. I said, I'm speaking this because this is my friend. That's what he speaks. I was just saying something to him about asking you for.
Let me tell you something, brother. And that's why I like the fact that the Most High has awakened me to the truth of who I am and who our people are. We're family, which means no one can say something ill about any of my family. I don't care if you're from Haiti. I don't care if you're from Jamaica. I don't care if you're from England. I don't care if you're from Africa. How dare you say anything about my people? I don't care if you Dominican. I don't care if you Puerto Rican. I don't care if they're trying to pit Mexicans and all that others against us. How dare you say, now we can talk and discuss certain things amongst ourselves to come together.
But you better not.
Exactly. But you're not going to speak down on, because the same oppression I've dealt with here, I expect brothers from other places to be able to sympathize, understanding what they have suffered by the hands of Esau through colonization.
Exactly.
So it's time. But go on. It's time we get on code with that. People, they come over here, they come and they get in their own conclaves amongst each other, not realizing all the minority benefits, all the schooling, all that make you be able to brag about how far you've come in working hard. Someone had to lay the groundwork and die for that.
Exactly. And at one time, when the Spanish was You know, they was going for Trump. You know, at one, you know, during the first time that he went in, you know, I was willing to give a vote, but then I didn't, because I thought about, you know, the things that Hillary Clinton stood for, and I said, well, no, I can't. So these last, I voted for Obama. Yes, I did, but I hadn't voted since, because once he passed all the laws for all this other stuff, you know, in his first term, and they had the full House and Senate and couldn't pass anything for blacks, I said, forget that. They're not trying to do nothing for us, and he's not in there to do anything for us either. You know, they give Obamacare and think that that's something, but shoot, you just giving something to people to where they're trying to kill you faster. Because almost everybody on Obamacare is full of medicine. They got 6, 7 pills they taking at a time. One pill is affecting something else. And I told them, I said, yes, they're giving away a lot of this stuff free so they can kill you quicker. You're volunteering to kill yourself. Every time you turn around, they putting you on a different medication. I had someone told me they was on, a cousin of mine, as a matter of fact, I talked to him last week. He told me he was on 4 different blood thinners. I said, why in the world would you be that crazy if one don't work to try 3 others? I said, and they giving it to you free, aren't they? He said, yeah, my prescription's free. I said, yes, because they're killing you freely. You're volunteering to kill yourself with all these medications that they're giving you. You know, but you need to wake up. And you know, the Chinese people are there on those islands. That's why they keep going to these islands and stuff, because they know the people on the islands know how to cure all this stuff that's going on, and they're getting the stuff and sending it to their people and trying to make medicines and things in China for their people to be cured. You know, they know what's going. They know that the island people know the herbs and stuff that cures, because that's that, you know, that's the things that they were brought up on. We in America, we lost that because the master and them took us from around those things. But a lot of the island people, they still go out in the bush. And the Chinese and them went over there, you know, because they know that there's better herbs over there in those islands. And they go over there and take the best of the land in Jamaica. If you go on Jamaica and you go on the hills and look at the best of the land and see who own it, the Chinese people. They own it.
But the question is why, we have to have a whole nother conversation passed on that, to why we allow these usurpers to come through and take the best and leave us with crumbs. That's a whole nother conversation we're going to have. But I believe, hey, this is why they're panicking right now and rallying together to try to hold on to this, because our people are finally seeing things for what it is, thank the Almighty, and are asking the right questions and are demanding what's ours.
Yes, because it's a lot of black elderly men that are not voting Democrat no more.
Good.
They say they were Democrat, but they're not, because they see what's going on. You know, the Most High is awakening them up. You know, only thing I'm telling them now, y'all need to just come out them Sunday churches.
It's coming.
You know?
It's coming.
I told them, I said, you know, hey, the Most High is waking y'all up for such a time as this, because they've been bamboozling us for years, for years, for decades. And we keep going. As you said, that every 4 years, they come and offer us something that they're not even thinking about giving us. It never come through.
Yeah.
The lie never appear.
Yeah, because they need the voter base.
Yes.
But then after they get what they need, they throw us back into the trash.
Exactly.
And it's about time that our people wake up and understand that, guess what? They're not like us. It's time to come back to the Almighty and rally together, because the Most High and we are all we have. Thank you, my brother.
And just one more thing. Every time, as you said, every time we get there and get that vote in, what they say they're gonna give to us, or what's supposed to be coming to us, they push it to another group, and then kick us to the curb again, and come back the next 4 years and tell us another lie.
There it is. Thank you, my brother. It's the perfect crescendo and ending to this particular broadcast, my brother. And it's good to hear wise men speak, and I hope to see you soon.
The water.
Thank you, my brother.
All right. Most High bless.
Thank you. Well, brothers and sisters, that concludes our broadcast this evening. They're not like us, all right? They're not like us. And God's people, starting right now, we refuse to be used. I'm Elder Rawchaa, Elder Lawya. Have a great night. Thank you all for your presence. Have a great night. Be safe. Hey. Stay prayed up. Sin not. We will soon see Israel, and keep in mind, the Most High name is Ahia. We're the children of Israel, and we're back. Good night. Thank you, Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir. Shalom.
Shalom.
The Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. Elder Rawchaa in Colombia. Reuben from Australia. Issachar, the Mexicans. Highest gathering news right now. Judah, the Negroes. Benjamin, the West Indians. Levi, the Haitians. Highest gathering news right now. Reuben from Australia. Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. Judah, the Negroes. Benjamin, the West Indians. Levi, the Haitians. Manasseh, the Cubans. Ephraim from Puerto Rico. Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama. Gad, the North American Indians.